Uh, good morning, everyone. Good morning. How are we doing out there? I just had to edit some things on one of my monitors. I do apologize. I'm also doing the multi-stream today because for some reason people on YouTube like the finance streams. But how's everyone doing today? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's FaZe IPO day. I'm thinking about adding on a window here with CNBC because I have it pulled up on my other monitor. Let me know if that is something you guys would be interested in or not. But I'm just going to be using, I may pop on my FaZe model, may work on some stuff as well. But for the most part, we're going to be watching trading, seeing how markets are reacting to it, seeing what's going on Twitter and stuff like that. Because new IPOs are typically a very hot day for news, for activity, things of that nature. So, I mean, it's not even trading underneath its ticker yet because it's pre-market, obviously, for those of you that don't know. So you type in they're a whole new thing for FaZe. Yo, thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate it. And I can go and give my thoughts on it and all that stuff as well, if you guys would so desire that. I mean, I am a finance professional. It's what I do for a living. And luckily, I'm working freelance at the moment, so I can go and do this because I was actually talking to a client yesterday about this. And they were kind of excited about it. I've given my thoughts on it on some streams before regarding how I think the company is at the moment. But you know, we'll see how the market thinks. Really, that's what this all comes down to a little bit, is like exactly what the market thinks. I forget if I can go and just enter in something like this. Oh, I'm using Koifin. Great free trading software. Amazing free trading software, I should go and say. In fact, let me go and give them a shout out on Twitter because I know a couple of the guys on their dev team. Maybe you can go and get some free premium subs to some people. How's everyone doing out there? Are you guys excited for this listing? I know a lot of people are. So there we go. Put on some chiller lo-fi for everyone. I totally forgot to also share the links in my Discord and all that stuff like that. So you go to blah, blah, blah. Instead of this, we'll go and put in something easy like Netflix, which just reported earnings yesterday. Then it'll load up. Good morning. Good morning. How are we doing? Good morning. Good morning. I'm gonna be streaming the entire day that FaZe is live. This will actually be a perfect little thing for us to go and have up. This is exactly the view that we're gonna go and have once they go public. Also, if you guys are coming in and out all day, don't worry about it. Let me know if we want to go and put in like a little CNBC. I got my CNBC, my mini player on. You can go and put that down there as well if you guys want. Because they'll probably go for the opening bell, definitely, because they'll have all the FaZe guys that are going to be at the NASDAQ doing it. I've actually been to the NASDAQ and done actually, I've done a couple CNBC shows before. Oh, dude, I'm doing great. Fuck you, HP Smart. How are you doing, my man? Thank you for coming out to the stream. Appreciate it. Actually, we'll add that on. We'll add on. Primary display capture. I want another display capture. New source. Oh, sorry guys, you guys are seeing the OBS. It's primary, that's secondary. There we go. And we're just gonna crop. Control on OBS, I forget. Oh, there we go. And I always hate these pop-out players aspect ratios. There we go, that looks a little bit better. Am I right or am I right? There, we'll just have that down there. Fantastic. I can turn that on and off throughout the day. I'm trying to remember the exact ticker for what they currently are. It's because they're currently still SPAC'd, just not, they haven't de-SPAC'd yet, which is what they're doing today. So once, once trading starts, then they will be de-SPAC'd and they'll be officially under their true name. And then that's how we go. Okay, I'll turn off the music.
Specific dates. Chancellor McCormick, though, saying 5 days will be allocated.
We'll pull on some CNBC.
Here's a few other things that she said. And the beginning of this actually has sort of gotten a lot of focus from people late yesterday and this morning. She said Twitter seeks specific performance. And we talked about what that means. Remember, of course, essentially means forcing him to buy the company. Twitter seeks
Twitter.
And it is not at all apparent that damages could constitute a sufficient.
Let's check out the FaZe investor site.
There, kind of that indication that damages aren't enough, and certainly being taken as a positive by those who believe that she will rule in Twitter's favor. Who knows? We got a trial yet to come here. She went on to say, while the transaction remains in limbo, the larger cloud over the company and the larger irreparable harm to the seller, the reality is that a delay threatens the risk of irreparable harm to Twitter. We should in October of this year. It was an interesting back and forth because from Bill Savage.
Trying to find just their
Musk, Savage focusing much.
Just trying to find there we go. The actual SPAC holder at the moment, which is the B. Riley Group one. B. Riley pretty sucks at SPACs. I actually have a friend that is an investment banker that primarily does SPACs. He did not have great things to say about B. Riley.
To give that information under the merger agreement, and going on to say, hey, what we have here is a buyer looking to conjure an exit ramp for a deal.
Okay. So, in theory, for those of you that don't know,
That, at least, is what they argued. As for Musk's lawyers, saying buyers remorse, they say, listen.
I'm not here. I'll go and mute. I'll mute CNBC for right now. Wait, for all you guys that don't understand how SPACs work, All right, this is going to be a great little primer for you. SPACs work by essentially an entity holding cash and then buying something. If they don't have something to buy, they pretty much just hold cash. Then they acquire a company and do what's known as a reverse merger. So in this case, B. Riley, Principal 150 Merger Corp., entered into agreement with FaZe to go and make them public so that everyone can go and buy them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what you see here, what you see going on is essentially you stay at essentially what's known as par value, which is your cash value. So because you haven't announced an acquisition yet, and on 6 months you can really tell this, right? Okay, you know, they go and they talk, you know. I actually got to go farther out. This is the kind of bump when they announced that FaZe Clan was going to be their acquisition target. People start buying it a little bit. They hold it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because actually, when you hold the SPAC and it converts, you still get the same amount of shares. Or you can buy them on the public market like you can this morning. Under the ticker symbol, what will be FaZe. So primarily, if you bought it as soon as they announced the acquisition, you're underwater at the moment, because you never know if a merger agreement is going to go through. The markets have been kind of rough lately. And it's going to keep going, holding steady. We're about to go public, and then kind of after hours trading yesterday, up at $13 because people actually know that the merger is going to go through. And for some retail investors that don't know this, it could drop, it could pop, it could do whatever. The reason being, there's a lot of institutional owners that probably own this, that got in the market way early on. Either own it from the SPAC itself, own it from what's known as the warrants, the options on the SPAC, along with a couple other attributes. So what you have essentially is up until a SPAC purchases something, it's just a bucket of cash. And there's a couple entities out there that are the same way. Liberty Media Investor Corp., which owns Formula One, the Atlanta Braves, and Pandora, has a SPAC to go and acquire something of their choice. And this will, of course, be for B. Riley, it's FaZe. So they get paid to essentially go out, take a company that could not normally go and get taken public, and get taken public. How it will trade, I have absolutely no idea. Typically, SPACs have a massive boost in the beginning of trading, first day or two, and then they fizzle out. Because typically speaking, SPACs are great for the investment bank that takes them public. Terrible for the company. It's typically companies that should not be public. They are very young. You can look at this from a number of different SPACs, by the way. What is it? I'm trying to think of the company. BuzzFeed went public. BuzzFeed. There we go. Via SPAC last year. Because a lot of these small companies, they have, much like FaZe does, they have a lot of VC investors. And VC investors like to go and get paid because they take a lot of risk at the beginning to go and give them equity, and then they need to see a return on their investments. A bunch of the FaZe guys obviously want to go and see their company go public because they get a massive payday as well. And I know here, we'll go and adjust the little CNBC picture here. We'll put that more over here. Oh, you guys can actually see the chart, my bad. And then, what was it? This is my chat, like here. I don't know, we'll put it like here. So this was when BuzzFeed went public, right? They went public. You can see when they were a SPAC because they hold about $10. Merger got announced, I think, around here. I remember covering it. And then they IPO'd in December of last year. Now, BuzzFeed doesn't have the best economics. They don't have the best business plan, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And what do you see? What happens? Public markets take an effect, and people bet against the company. Right here's probably a lot of people kind of getting out of the company that were locked into it for a very long time, and then it kind of drifts downwards until it's at about $1. Like I said, SPACs a lot of the times are good ways for people to go and get out of a company. They're not all the time the best company to be invested in. They're still young. I think BuzzFeed was started in 2008 or something like that. So of course, all their VC investors that invested in them early on wanted to go and get a payday from it, and that's kind of what happens with SPACs now. Instead of your traditional IPO route, they're cheaper, they cost a lot less, and the investment banking fees are significantly higher. So, will this happen to FaZe? I have no clue. I kind of hope not, because I have the feeling what's going to happen is the first week is going to be popping, because a bunch of people are probably going to want to go and own a slice. It could be their first stock. They buy some in Robinhood. Hey, I remember back my first stock was a skateboarding clothing company that I bought because I liked it. So I assume a bunch of people that like the company, like their favorite creator, are going to hop on board here. Will some wealth be destroyed? Yeah. Will people learn? Probably. I don't know. That's what today's all about. And hopefully I gave you guys, if you guys didn't know what a SPAC was, a very good introduction on SPACs and kind of how they operate. Because I know some people don't have the background that I do when it comes to finance and all that stuff like that. So, and if you have any questions on how some of this stuff operates, let me know. I can go and answer those, or we can just talk. We can talk about if the stock's a buy or sell. I mean, I have gone and done some modeling of it. You can go and see either my past live streams on Twitch or on my YouTube channel. I can link the YouTube channel if you're not watching this on YouTube into the Twitch chat, and you can go and see a lot of my videos talking about the run-up to this IPO. Essentially, what FaZe does is they're just a record company when it comes down to it. They find emerging talent, give them kind of brand deals, and put them underneath their kind of umbrella, and they grow from there. And they take a piece of the action. So, of course, whenever you think about a business like that, their biggest risk is human capital. And we'll...
Trading on this hump day, as we like to call it, 2.5 minutes from now. Downgraded Cummins this morning is the mad dash.
Larger companies to talk about, but I thought this was indicative of what we talked about in our first blog. There's a very thoughtful piece by Bernstein. Cummins downgraded to market perform. Number cuts are not fully priced in. So now here you have a stock that's down 40 points, right? And yet somehow people think it's not done yet, and that the numbers are substantially too high.
Now, unfortunately, guys, I don't have pre-market trading for Koifin. I don't have the premium tier subscription. So we're just going to have the normal SPAC up, and then we can always swap out the ticker once FaZe becomes public.
Yeah, Cummins has always been one of those names that we focus on.
And I know a bunch of the FaZe guys are going to be there at the NASDAQ, so we can go get a nice clip of them doing it.
Industrial America and worldwide. So I'm concerned. I happen to think Cummins is the best there is. And if Cummins numbers are indeed too high and the stock goes down, then you've got a whole different template than you have like with Netflix, where it's like, stock's down, we can buy it. Let's see.
They say early signs that their customers will be, they use the word oversaturated.
Yeah, Cheddar's got them up on the NASDAQ. And once you see the opening bell, we'll see them all. And we'll see how trading operates. I know they're doing a big kind of meet and greet outside the NASDAQ, which is very, very cool. A bunch of the FaZe guys are there, and obviously, congrats to people like Banks, Temper, and all those guys that kind of built up the company. It's a hard thing to do. To make a brand in a company that has the following that FaZe does. All right, here we go. There they are. FaZe is officially over there at the NASDAQ, and they are officially public.
Consumer health business spun off from GSK, celebrating its recent listing at the NASDAQ. It's FaZe Clan, a youth lifestyle and gaming platform celebrating its listing via SPAC. I think that's 2 days in a row.
Yeah, well, terrific. Look, I do think that the Glaxo is interesting because, Dave, remember how heated it was?
There we go. We got a shout out from Carl Quintanilla, who I've met before. Very nice guy.
I just thought that when J&J reported yesterday, club name, they had a
I don't think Koifin has them yet.
consumer product number that I think can get better because they were supply constrained on some.
We'll go and check on
I had thought these guys, maybe one day they'll be
check on CNBC as well.
because the consumer business is being spun up with J&J. How nice would it be to merge
To
with these
merge it
guys?
with which is now a public company of
Right.
its own.
We go and see how they're trading. Again, first couple minutes of trading. Sometimes applications like Koifin will go and screw up. It's a new ticker change. They just went public via SPAC, so
Didn't go anywhere.
No.
Looked, gang the
markets are also officially open.
Nelson Peltz on the board now.
Yeah, that's right.
That could make a big difference.
That could make a big difference. But they were willing.
So their SPAC kind of closed yesterday at around $13. It's now down about 14 cents.
Halion or Halion? Halion.
Well, let's call the whole thing. You say Halion.
I say Halion.
Let's call the whole thing off. Another Gershwin reference. No other business show gives you that.
Oh, man.
Oh man, Koifin won't have them up
Look, can
for a
we just
bit.
understand that these stocks are, everyone wants to be in fast pharma, right? Glaxo's fast pharma, and they don't want the consumer business.
But as of right now, FaZe down a little bit from the IPO. I would imagine.
It was a very stable,
I think CAR-T
predictable.
has changed. I think the acquisitions from biotech have changed.
All of them are going
And
to
I think
it's
that
going to
the
take a
rate
little
foods,
bit for this
particularly in
update.
cancer, have changed.
Down a little bit, down
So now we
6%.
look at that. That's
I'm not too
something
surprised.
a lot. That could be
IPO days are always where you see a lot of profit taking.
The Halion
So they closed yesterday at about $13. The SPAC did, so now they're their own company. We could go out and buy them. Now down about 10%.
Haliahu.
Oh no, we'll see how it goes throughout the day. I'm going to be covering them all day here, trading. We can go through their business if you want to. We can go through how they make money.
so that they need
But as of right now,
CGen even more. CGen's got some
down about
great
11%.
products. I know that.
Price, that $40 billion number that's been
I mean,
discussed
market
is
so
an
far is
enormous number.
But they have a bigger pipeline.
kind of
I know
flat.
a number
So
of Merck holders who are like, yeah, pay something, but why 40? That's too much. You'll never be able to actually.
what will
generate
also
the kind of
be
growth
interesting is
and
how many
that
trading
justifies
halts
that
they
price.
have.
It is a monumental price.
It really is.
I have to tell you, if I were
Because
Merck,
typically on the NASDAQ
I would want to
and
know
on other
more
stock
about what
exchanges,
CGen
if
has
there's large amounts of
right
volume and
now.
volatility,
I know
they
have a
will
bunch of
go
trials,
and
but you can see that trials can fail,
halt
right?
the stock.
Trials can fail. Now, Merck doesn't have, David, Merck doesn't have the urgency. They did this fail, but I come back
All
and
right,
say,
why is
take a look at what Pfizer had, the big urgency they had. in
weird
terms of
that
clinical, and they're buying good things.
Koifin
by the
hasn't
way, and
updated
they
yet.
bought for-
Remember, they're very good
for
about that.
More than 10 billion. That's what you should be looking
They
for.
got the vaccine revenue and cash to put to work. That's an
Yes.
enormous number, and they have been, and they've been buying things. And again, pharma pays big prices, but when you're 40 billion is far more
Can I
than
pop this
these
out? That'd be
bites
dope if
that
I could.
Pfizer's and
Really
typically
light
Merck are
volume,
taking,
too.
which are huge premium deals for
Only
relatively small
70,
companies
only
and
72,000
relatively
shares. I
small
mean, it's a
dollars.
micro cap. In all honesty,
Its Biohaven is additive. David, what would
I mean, it's a
CGen
$250 million market cap, which is nothing.
Listen, it's a big number. Again, we come back.
Typically speaking, if you work for an investment bank or an investing company, like a mutual fund or something like that, you would never touch something like this unless you specifically specialize in microcaps. Trading halted for volatility. See it right there.
There was a death in the trial. So, I mean, anything's possible. I do think that CJ
Trading halted.
I mean, I met with Dr. Siegel many years ago, and
So typically this happens when a lot of volatility, and of course on IPO days, that's a big part of it. A lot of volatility going on in the stock. Gonna go check to go and see how. See how Twitter's looking at it. You can go and search via Twitter on cash tags, which is the $, and then what they are. They're halted. My good friends over at Round Hill Investments, they actually have an Esports Etf. They have to have picked some shares up of the SPAC because it's in their mandate too. But right now, FaZe is halted. Round Hill. Nerd. It's their esports and entertainment ETF. In case you guys want to go and get broader exposure to esports as a whole, you can go and buy this. I know the guys that run it. They're great guys. I'm not going to go and say whether or not I personally own it. That's all up to you guys. Do your own work. I'm just here to answer questions and give my opinion. But you can see over the last year, I mean, tech's had a pretty tough run since December. But they probably bought some of the SPAC. And typically, like I said, what happens with the SPAC? See, it's actually nice that they're on two different tickers right now on Koifin, because we can look at what they're doing right now, which is trading halted at 1160 because of volatility. And you can go and see what they were yesterday, which was about $13. So down about 10%. It's not surprising to me that they're down this much. SPACs always have hugely volatile first days on the market, whether it's BuzzFeed, name your favorite SPAC that's come out, they typically have a tough day. Oh, trading has resumed again, down 13%. Because a lot of times people are looking to flip. They bought the SPAC at $10 when they announced the acquisition. As we mentioned, you can see over here for the past year, the acquisition corp was at $10, which is typically your par value for a SPAC, your cash value. It came up when they announced that they were going to go acquire, faded back down to about $10. So if you bought it around February for essentially $10, traded at $13 yesterday, this morning you're flipping out at about a 10% profit right now if you can go and get your order in. Again, super light volume, 88,000 shares is nothing. Especially when you look at mega caps and stuff like that. I could pull up here we'll go in the ETF, like I mentioned, only has traded 145. I'll go and show you like a smaller company like Formula One. which is about in market cap 10 times the size of FaZe, only has, about 1,200 shares. How much is FaZe right now, Columbus? What's up, dude? Vanguard. It's currently $10. If you would have bought the SPAC, yesterday, it would have been at 13. If you would have bought the SPAC, call it at the beginning of the month, it would have been about $10. So it's about even on where it was at the SPAC. A lot of people taking a lot of profits off the table that bought it at $10 because it IPO'd at 13. So it's at $10, down 23% on the day. Again, this is people, whether they're corporate owners, so anyone that has stock in FaZe Clan from VC, from venture capital, or that are employees of the company, call them your FaZe banks, is your tempers, probably already put automatic orders in to sell some, as is their right to do. And sometimes there is a lockup period of they have to wait 60 days after it goes public to go and sell. But right now, just cracked $10, so $9.87. So if you bought the SPAC last month at $10, you're already underwater. Depends on the core values, the core fundamentals of the business. They don't look that good to me, and I specialize in media stocks, media, telecom, and technology. So this is my area. I've done a lot of work in gaming and esports. I'm surprised it's down this much. I'm sure, and this is where FaZe has to be very careful because they're a public company now. A lot of their creators can't talk about it because you're boosting your own stock, and the SEC will come knocking on your door with very good lawyers. They can't go and publicly go and say, you're not going to go and see a FaZe Blaze video where he goes and says, they may talk about that FaZe went public, glad to go and see the company out there, and I am too. I love a lot of the FaZe creators, but you won't see them pumping their stock. They can't. It's illegal, and they'll be taken to court over it. But will it go up over time? It depends on how FaZe turns around their company. I mean, I looked at the financials, and it's tough because the way FaZe operates is all based off of their creators. They get money from their creators because they essentially enter into an agreement with them like a record company. FaZe is essentially a record company that does video games. And I could go and pop out. I could show you, they go and say that they have 120 million gross YouTube subscribers across their corporate company and their creators. A big risk for FaZe is what happens if someone leaves or someone gets thrown out. We all know what happened to, I'm sorry, my music's probably pretty loud. We all know what happened to Centered, right, with his whole debacle. So a big part of FaZe is the human capital aspect of it, meaning if one of their creators fucks up, it becomes very public for them because if someone gets booted from FaZe Clan, their numbers go down in terms of their business. So they said that they had, I think it was around 120 million gross YouTube subscribers. You have someone like FaZe Rug who has 25, 30 million YouTube subscribers. He makes up a fourth of their total YouTube subscribers. If he, for some reason, ever departs ways, I'm sure he probably has stock in the company. If he ever departs ways, it gets tough real fast for them because they just lost a quarter of their YouTube subscribers in one person leaving. And people like me on Wall Street go and see that and they're like, the hell are these guys doing? The business is declining. Human capital is a big risk for them. Huge risk. You're talking about a bunch of, and I'm 26, so I'll go and say this too. You're talking about a whole bunch of 18 to 25-year-olds that are going to be in the limelight of Wall Street, which has a very sharp eye. And that's the biggest risk is they have a creator that does something stupid. And it's going to be really tough when the CEO has to go on an earnings call with people like me and I'll probably go and stream all their earnings calls, and their earnings, and maybe depending on how many people are on the call, I can ask questions. I've asked questions on earnings calls before, for bigger companies. And when you go and have to be asked a question, well, you lost 1 million subscribers because you kicked out this member because he dropped a slur. It doesn't look good for the company. And so they got to handle things a lot differently now. Additionally, them being public offers up a lot of opportunities for them to do things like acquire other talent because they have stock to offer. You know, if they wanted a big time creator now, they could offer them stock. And I'm sure they did that in the past when they were private. They offered, I'm sure Nick Merckx got stock in his deal. I'm most certain he did. A high profile talent like him, definitely when he signed on to FaZe, became a co-owner. They gave him stock when he joined. I'm sure if, another big esports personality came on, whether it be Tfue again, they would offer him stock, which dilutes the core shareholder, which is, the retail investor that is maybe buying this because their favorite creators on there. But it's a tool that they now have. They might have not been able to get certain talent before. Koifin, you're killing me here. They may have to go and do it. Ooh, their earnings are actually on August 15th. There we go. That'll be a fun stream. And if they go and get interviewed, if the CEO gets interviewed, I'll go and make sure to go and put it on big screen, full screen, for everyone, and we can go and listen in. I'm sure normally for IPOs and SPAC deals, the CEO gets interviewed on CNBC or Bloomberg. I've got CNBC up right now, just because Bloomberg, I don't have my Bloomberg's premium anymore, and I don't want to have to pay $5 to go and watch their TV, although it's fantastic. But down 24% since yesterday's closing. Yesterday's closing was, I go and say, think of it less. They're down 24. They're down $3, and think of it more. They're down 25 cents, because typically, SPAC, your par price, like I said, is $10. And yesterday it got boosted because it's de-SPACing, so a lot of people bought it. As you can see here, the little bump, because they're going public today. So some people thought it could probably fly. Just how I thought it was eventually. I thought this morning it was going to be a huge shoot up, because I thought a bunch of the retail investors, little Timmy that loves, Jev, like I love FaZe Jev, want to go and buy some because they're their favorite esports team, and the price would shoot up. I think that's what a lot of people were thinking. It's kind of wild that it's almost at 1 million share volume, because it's a tiny company, $24 million market cap. To go and give you perspective again, a company that I follow, Gaia, which is primarily a yoga streaming company, super young. Is it? No. GAIA, that's what it is. Gaia, right? Oh my God, they're down at $4. Jeez, I remember when these guys were almost at 20. Market cap of 91 million, and they only have 54 shares traded. So about half the size of FaZe at the moment. So, I mean, it's our IPO day. You expect heavy volume, because what's happening right now is there are people called book runners for the deal, right? Traders that sit in front of a lot of screens, like how I have 3 screens. And I know some traders too that are on Wall Street, are sitting there and they're taking order flow, either electronically or via phone, to institutions that are like, I need, from people like the guys over at Roundhill that have an Esports Etf. They're like, oh, we got to go and buy some. We want to put in a 4% allocation into our fund, so they got to come on and buy some. Book runners also have the job of stabilizing the price. The reason why it looks like this kind of peak and then it dropped, was because they had to go and do a trading halt because of volatility, which is very standard on. It's very, very standard when it comes to IPOs. Again, if you guys want, I'll go and look at the general market. Take Bitcoin off there because I only look at Bitcoin overnight for risk, for risk on or risk off. General market looking meh. Technology kind of leading the front. Same with discretionary. Communications led by Netflix. Nasdaq up a bit, probably because of Netflix. But yeah, if you guys have any questions on SPACs, finance, things like that, IPOs, the financials of FaZe, I can go and answer those as well. I'm going to be here for a while, guys, so you guys can jump in and out if you guys so desire to. I'll be covering it all day, their entire trading day. I think I clipped the opening. Yeah, I'll put it back up there. $9.10, 30% decline. Like I said, think of it more as it went public at $10 and not at $13. Oh, I did clip it. What's my technical analysis on this? Here, for those of you in Twitch chat, I just dropped the clip. I'll have to open up a browser for YouTube. I apologize, YouTube chat. Money Boss, dude. Dude, what's good? Welcome to the trading floor. What's my technical analysis on this? It just went public. I can go and give you my financial analysis on it. There's very little TA to do on a brand new IPO. Like I mentioned before, this is the year chart for the principal holding of it, the B. Riley. Obviously, if you bought it at $10 when it was at its par value for the SPAC, different story. Dude from the home office trading desk, let's go. Like here, I'll go and do quarter to date, just to make it a little easier on you guys. You can see July 13th, a little bit of a bump, and then it just kind of, because they announced that the merger was actually going to go through, it rose up to $13. And now it's sitting here at $9.17, down 25%. Like I said, I think of it more as, don't think of it as it went public at 13, more at like, think of it went public at $10 instead. That's probably a more reasonable way to go in, to think about it. Money Boss, what's good, dude? I saw the Roundhill guys already tweeted about it going public. I know they have an Esports Etf, so they probably had to pick up a decent allocation to this thing. Thanks for stopping by, Money Boss. I appreciate it. Here, YouTube chat. I'm gonna be putting the clip into your chat as well right here. If you want to go and see it. There you guys go. That's the clip from them going public when the bell rung. because all the guys were there at the NASDAQ. But I mean, when it comes to the technical analysis on this, Ramiri from the YouTube chat, there's very little to do technical analysis on for a brand new IPO. It's very tough. It's very tough to go and do. $9.69, nice. I'm just looking at Twitter right now, and some of the shit that you see, like exactly what I would expect. Where it's like people being like small time people. Small time. What do I think of the fundamentals? They're pretty terrible, if I'm honest. I could pull up my model if you want. I don't have a price target on the model because I hate doing price targets on brand new IPOs. They're super because you get so much limited data. They don't, especially for SPACs, where they put in very limited, where there's very little financials. The core of the business of Ramiri is a record company. It's a record company. It's a record company. The biggest thing is it's a bet more on the creator economy. I have a huge issue with their human capital. I struggle. I struggle to see how their human capital kind of sticks with them. Like it's you're talking about a whole bunch of kids that just got a whole bunch of money. And it's tough. I mean, they've already seen people go and get booted. Before. Sorry, I'm just having to redo my stock twits because then I think stock twits will be a better way to go and look at this instead of doing CNBC. Because we can also go and see the Twitter feed for it too. And I don't think they have it on there yet. We'll see though. There we go. Is this the stock or is this the profile for it? Oh, no, it's just a guy. Should I short? That's up to you. I don't have a good I don't have a good fundamental view of the stock, to be honest. Whether you short it or not, the borrow price is gonna be hilarious. The borrow is gonna be absolutely hilarious on it. But I do think it's not the best. I don't think it's the best, to be honest. I'm not super bullish on the stock. Whether you want to go in short or not, that's up to you. I'm not particularly, like I said, bullish on the stock. It's still a young company for all intents and purposes, so we'll see what happens. But for the most part, I wouldn't buy it. If it goes down to $6, maybe I'd think about it. That's kind of a flyer.
Strength and very strong breadth. We're at session lows at the moment. Dow's down 122. S&P back to 39.27. In a few.
Let me know if any volume is too. If the volumes are too loud or too soft.
Hey, Diana.
Hey, Carl, good morning. Existing home sales in June fell a much wider than expected 5.4% from May to a seasonally adjusted annualized rate of 5.12 million units. That, according to the realtors, that is down 14.2% year over year, the fifth straight month of declines. The street was looking for a less than 1% drop. This is below the full year 2019 pace, so lower than pre-pandemic. Now, these numbers represent.
Do I think it'll become a meme stock? Potentially. You have a very dedicated fan base of mostly younger generation. It very well could be. I wouldn't put it past it.
And that is keeping the heat under home prices. The median price of an existing home sold in June, $416,000.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past it, to be honest.
13.4% year over year, but that annual gain is shrinking. Activity continues to be stronger on the higher end of the market where there's more supply. Sales of homes priced between 100 and
what you're going to go and see,
for example, were 31% lower annually, while sales of homes priced between $750,000 and $1 million were up 6%.
That's what
sales
that
of
is.
homes over $1 million rose 2%. The higher end is clearly weakening, though. We had been seeing much bigger gains on that high end where there is more supply. So, David, not a great.
What you're going to go and see is a whole bunch.
Yeah. It does feel that way. Diana, thank you. Diana Olick. We are 30 minutes into the trading session. Here's some of the big movers that we're keeping an eye on this morning. We'll start with Baker Hughes shares. They are down this after the company fell short of earnings expectations. It cited a variety of challenges, including component shortages and supply chain inflation. That decline is worsening over the last, let's call it 30 minutes or so.
I have the volume on for CNBC because I want to see if they mention FaZe.
That's the company formerly known as Anthem. That actually beat on both the top and the bottom lines, but not enough, apparently. It did also raise its full-year outlook, did note an increase in costs, and you see shares are under significant pressure in the early trading so far. Finally, let's talk gaming stocks. You may recall, what was it, a week or so ago, many of them amongst the biggest losers when Macau closed as a result of spread of COVID in that country. Well, now, many of those gaming stocks are benefiting because casinos will reopen on Saturday. That's amidst a drop in COVID infections. Carl.
Let's turn to Netflix this morning off the initial highs. Following an earnings beat, the stream.
All right, CNBC, I'll turn you off for now. I'm trying to go and find on Twitter because a lot of people are using the undercase for their cash tag for the stock. What you're going to go and see is a lot of people all younger people. Onload. Go and like tweet, I just bought like $100 of FaZe. Because they like the creators. Hey, I like a lot of the creators. I was in FaZe Dirty's stream a lot yesterday. And I always watch FaZe Jev's streams. Well, not his streams, his videos. But I think a lot of people are going to go and see is that they're buying it because they like the creators and they like, for some people, it's their favorite esports organization. I think you're going to go and see a lot of newer people to the market buy it. Not because it's at a good price or it's well valued, but because they like the people behind it. There's nothing wrong with, I think it's going to be a lot of the younger generation's first stock. And I mean, it's just they have so many. So what you're gonna go and see is like a lot of tweets. Is like, I just have to go and buy one share just because, like, you know, just because, you know, it's my favorite esports team. It's gonna be stuff like that. Like, I saw some people like, oh, like, oh, just bought $100. And then you get like a lot of bullshit, like this guy has no idea what he's talking about. It's people like FaZe haters out early. I mean, this is obviously from Robinhood. I mean, it's all gonna depend. Could it become a meme stock? Absolutely. I want to put it past it. I think it's going to be extremely volatile. I mean, I could break down the financials for you if you really want me to. They're not good. Their gross margins are not that good. They make no money. I mean, they're still, like, when it comes to it, a young company. All right, my man. Let me whip out the old Excel. I do have a YouTube video on this, by the way. It's going to be the same place that this live stream is in, Financials of FaZe, where I spent 2 hours breaking it all down, putting in the numbers into Excel, all that stuff. Here, while this is loading up, I'm just going to go grab some more coffee. Sorry, I was muted. I was saying was, I think you're going to go and see them go in swap brand deals a lot, just for the higher dollar mark. I think that's why they swapped from G Fuel to Ghost. Was Ghost probably wanted to pay more to go and grow Ghost brand, and they saw FaZe as an easy way to go and do it. All right, the Excel is finally up and running. Let me zoom in. So I got the revenue out. I got the revenue build out. Let me know if I need to zoom in more. So essentially, 2021 they made 52 mil in revenue. That's a 42% increase year over year compared to 2020. In Q1 of 2022, they made 15 mil. And how they make money essentially is this: brand sponsorships at 28 mil, 24 mil. Content, which is, think of your YouTube CPMs, your Twitch subscribers, stuff like that, at 16 mil. Consumer products, merch, 5 mil. Esports, 5.8 mil. And other. Pretty much how they make most of their money is brand sponsorships. Like I mentioned, that Ghost Energy sponsorship and that G Fuel sponsorship. So that's how pretty much how they go and make most of their money. Out of the content's about 30% of revenue. They make a 0.45 ARPU, which is not terrible, which means they have about 602 million people doing impressions on all their socials that are monetizable. So it's primarily YouTube, some Twitch, and then their sponsor revenue, 24 mil. And you can go and see about, I broke it down because they give their brand deal sponsors for significant sponsors. And about each of those contributes about $2 million a year to overall revenue. So that's anything from Nissan to McDonald's to, like I said, Ghost Energy. On their social media side, and that's how I said they're pretty much a record company, right? They make a lot of money from content. Brands, not too much like a record company, but we go down into social media reach, and this is a big thing that they harped on in their investor decks. Right? Total reach, 360 mil. YouTube, 116 mil. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. TikTok's their highest growing social platform, but you can't really monetize on TikTok. When it comes to YouTube subs, they have company programmed FaZe YouTube channel subscribers. So that's the FaZe Clan YouTube channel. That's not FaZe Rug's YouTube channel or something like that. That's just pure FaZe, and that only makes up 8% of total YouTube subscribers. And again, as I mentioned, primarily when they make money on content, it's YouTube and kind of Twitch. So co-branded is insert your creator with FaZe in the front. FaZe Jev, FaZe Rain, FaZe Temper, Banks, Rug, obviously the biggest one. Rug has about 25 to 30 million YouTube subscribers, so it makes up a third of that alone. And then they have their affiliate channels. These are typically what you would go and see is the brands that they acquire. So that's like Nuke Squad, Snoop Dogg, things of that nature. If we go down to their true financials, right, and they only gave out 2020 and 2021. Revenue, again, 52 mil for last year, 41 mil of COGS. So they're operating in about the gross margins of 24 to 20%, because they only get a small slice of whatever their creators make. I think it's about 10%, they said. I think it's only about 10%. So really a lot of the gross margin is merch. Sales and marketing, 30%. G&A is where they really got to take this down. And it being at 340%, they need your traditional. I mean, yeah, it does, especially on their socials. But as I said, we have very limited data. 2020 was a tough year for anyone in the content business. Tough one for anyone in the business and just business in general. But the fact that they make that their G&A is that high is ridiculous. Typically speaking, for internet companies or for large companies, this should be about 15-ish% range. The fact that it's 349%, granted it's gone down year over year, is tough, because that goes in means you're essentially making no money. It's pretty much the same. It's high. Like last year, their G&A was higher than their COGS, which you should never have happen. Never. Again, they're young. Do they have economies of scale? I have no idea. As most internet companies do. But they run into a weird issue of, if the majority of their stuff is content, like they need more creators. And unless they increase their take rate from their creators, it's very tough to see how they can meaningfully grow revenue other than brand sponsorships. Because, like I said, it's pretty much content and brand sponsorships that run this. Consumer products, 11%. It's easy money for them. Esports is essentially just a marketing expense that I would assume operates at either a loss or break even. Because they have a lot of teams, they got to pay the players to accrue top talent. And I mean, what total earnings for FaZe this year in just the CDL are about $1 million. I think they're easily spending $1 million on players, and they were pretty dominant this year. So you got to assume that they're gonna be very good on all their esports teams in perpetuity if you want this to be a positive margin business. And this is tough because it's so volatile. And I said it's pretty much break even, if not slight loss. There's a reason why sports companies for the like basketball, football, like any major sports team loses money. it's essentially a tax shield for the people that own them. And I would assume for FaZe, it's kind of the same way. It's a great marketing expense that if it breaks even is pretty good. But for the most part, they just don't make any money. If you really want to get into it, if you want to get into cash flow and stuff like that, I mean, they got a lot of long-term debt. I imagine because they're IPOing to go and get rid of some of that debt. They do have 17 million cash, 70 million long-term debt, called 74 million total debt. I assume they're raising probably 50, 60 mil off of their IPO, so probably try and clear some of that off. But most of their cash flow, because they got negative net income, comes essentially from proceeds from debt, and a lot of it's convertible. So that's probably one of the reasons why you're seeing some of these guys at the harsh sell-off today, is it's all the convertible debtors that want to go in reclaim some of it. Because I guarantee you, I don't have a Bloomberg right now, but if I were to go and look up some of the QSEPs on their debt, they were convertible today. Oof. Will it break below the $9 mark? $9 mark for FaZe. Swazi, did I answer any of your questions? Did I need to break something down for you more? $7. I mean, your trade logic's pretty sound. You're welcome. Sunken sand. Risk it for the biscuit. $750 put. So what? You got 1 or 2 contracts? I could look up the options chain, but I mean, for that short using options, it's smart. Don't have to worry about the borrow, just your theta decay. I do imagine the options premium is fucking high right now though. If that was too much options jargon, let me know. I can break that down for you. How's everyone in the various chats doing over there on Twitch, over there on YouTube? Hopefully everyone's having a good day. It's going to be a very interesting market day, like I said. We got the little CNBC thing over here. Just in case they talk about FaZe, we can pop it open. What's the EPS last year? So I can bring that up for you right now. Now this is what they disclosed in their S4A, their amended that they did in in May. They had 86 million shares, net loss of 36 mil, so that comes out to 4.2 loss per share. It's not an earnings per share, it's a loss per share at the moment, because they have no net income, and that's diluted shares. Their share count's gonna increase because of the SPAC, and most likely because of like I mentioned, the convertible debt people going and exchanging for shares at the moment. But no, EPS by my calc and what they put in there is negative $4 a share, call it. Like I mentioned, when you have that super high G&A, it eliminates a bunch of your ability to go and drive net income. Because you're losing whatever thin margins they have, which is 20% gross margins, are tough. They're tough for any business. Like, those margins are equivalent to a gold mining company at 20% gross margins. If you're an internet company, that's hilarious. Twitter's at 40%. So 21% gross margins is tough. I break that down in terms of they probably take around 10% to 20% of their creators' revenue. And if I remember on the Tfue contract, that's about correct. And that revenue is from Twitch, YouTube, etc., in exchange for the FaZe brand, along with whatever branded partnerships the creator goes and gets. Because FaZe goes and essentially is a record company, and the fact that they go and take the creator, market them, and go and get them opportunities that they wouldn't normally have. And so if you're already getting and if you're already going and getting 20% gross margins, the fact that you have G&A, I would say yes. They're also young. They're essentially still a startup. Think about it. This company was built in 2011 as just not even like a company. It was just kids doing sniping montages on Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. They became a business, I would go and say, probably about 2016. They have the right person in place. Their CEO, almost broke the $9 level. Their CEO is an ex-record company executive, and I've done a lot of work on the record companies. I know them like the back of my hand. And they operate about, here, we can even look it up real quick. We'll take the largest record company on the planet, UMG. Seeing as they keep making this analogy, we might as well pull up the stock. And if you understand how record companies work, you would, which is essentially, you go and get analyst estimates, income statement. There we go. You essentially, they sign talent, right? Take a portion of their earnings. Typically for record companies, it's 80%. And I hate that they don't give me margins. Look, they're operating at about, let's roughly call it 50-ish% margins for a record company. Granted, they have the flip of what FaZe has, which is they probably take they take about 8% of the revenue versus the 20%. So, yeah, FaZe has worse margins. They're gonna have to increase that. Here we go, profit margins, 45% versus FaZe over here in the low 20s. It's tough, really tough to operate that business. G&A, 349% of gross profit. If I were to break down to the income statement here. And I go and see, I'll just go and do their total SG&A. Doing that math wrong. So Warner Media, UMG, their total SG&A total, and that includes amortization, is 63% of their gross profit. Again, FaZe is over here at 349%. Can't have that if you want to make any money. If you actually want to make any type of net income, you can't have that. They got to really hammer down on costs. But again, they're let's check the live. They're a $200 million company. They're super small. Universal Music Group is the single largest record company on the planet. But again, if we go and look at, I think it was also in their earnings, in their deck. Investors, they should have their presentation. They should have their presentation on here. Oh wait, no, I saved the IR deck. I did save the IR deck. I knew it'd come in handy. I knew it'd come in handy. Open this up real quick. Do I think that they can go and turn this thing around? Maybe. Like I said, they got to go and control these costs. That's their biggest thing. If they don't, they're never going to make any money. And that's the story of every small company too. If you don't control your costs, you're screwed. Koifin still doesn't have it up. Here's their investor deck. Their CEO. Yeah, I'd say they started really focusing on actually becoming a business 2018, where they hired their new CEO. Which I'm sorry you can't see because I got the CNBC thing right there. It was in 2018 when they went and hired their CEO. Other than that, they were just kind of like your typical small esports thing. I know they had their management somewhere. Yeah, they did. Lee, their CEO, if you look at it, it's all record companies because I'm sure they all realized, especially their VCs, one, you need a big boy in the room, and two, that it's the same type of company. So yeah, Lee, their CEO, was at Capital, Atlantic, and Virgin. All are underneath either UMG or Warner Media or Warner Music Group. They're all record companies. Which is like I mentioned before, is essentially FaZe's business. They find young talent. Use their reach to expand that young talent, grow it, and in return, they get a cut of it. They get a cut of revenue. If anyone else has any questions, feel free to ask. My opinion on the stock, my opinion on the company. If you need any explanations, like what a SPAC is, how some of these things work, let me know and I can do that as well. Like I said, I'm going to be live all trading hours today. The market capitalization has absolutely nothing to do with the valuation, though. That's something that you have to think about. Market cap is just price times shares outstanding. I mean, if you're talking about PE, which is negative for them, if you're talking about free cash flow, which they don't have, I would agree. If I were to go and guess, within 6 months, stock's probably at $6-ish. If you were to go and ask for my price target, again, you can't, it's very tough. Like, I mean, I could run a quick analysis for you guys on, like, what is it? On, like, I could do like an earnings multiple if you guys want to go and find like to go and see that. Do an earnings multiple and then with a peer, and then go and derive a price. I mean, I could go and run that analysis if you really want me to. Didn't Phil? My man, I assume the market makers are extremely busy right now. Typically, first day options are hilariously overpriced, just because the vols are so insane. The vols are so insane. Comps for, like I said, comps would be like UMG Warner Music Group. So I could go and do I could go and see what they would be like on a current market cap. Okay, so current market cap, they're at 4 times. So we'll do this off to the side real quick. I'll go in, insert a couple rows. And we'll do this. We'll do a quick little M cap. Currently, we'll just call it 200. I'll do a quick little 200. This will all be millions. So they're currently at about 4 times price to earnings. I mean, price to sales. Custom, give me a good custom number. There we go. Forgot to go and gotta put this all in as millions. 3.8 times price to sales. We'll go and look at a comp. We'll do Warner Music Group because they're US listed. I don't like this song. And look at their price to sales multiple, and you can go and get something similar. I mean, I'm using historical price to sales multiple on this, not forward. I did not want this. I wanted snapshot. Overview. If I remember right, I think they're at like a... financial analysis. There we go. Highlights. Again, this is like, I'm doing like kind of back of the envelope stuff here, boys. Market cap 42 bill. I mean 14 bill. We'll make this super simple. Call it 14.2. Alt F1 for format painter. Call it 14. And they made 5.3. Again, Alt F1. I'm just doing a quick little back of the envelope here for what for their kind of price to use sales multiple is. $2.6. So FaZe right now, I'll go and expand this for you. So when it comes to a price to sales multiple, right? Essentially sales of the company over their market cap. FaZe is currently at a 3.8. Warner Music Group, which is profitable, is at a 2.6. If you were to go and kind of do a scenario analysis, if you go and look at, okay, what happens if we go and take the same type of multiple, divide that by shares outstanding, because that would be their new market cap. $16 shouldn't be right. Did I do that right? Let me check their shares outstanding to make sure to see if it's updated or not. Shares outstanding is now 22 mil. Okay, so instead we'll go and put it at, should be 22,000. So you get a $6.35 share. If you want to go and do a scenario analysis of, so this is, so there you go. There's a quick little multiple analysis for you to go and derive a share price. 635. It's currently at 934. And in fact, let me go and take their shares outstanding out and put that into my model now. So this little analysis here, quick, dirty back of the envelope. Currently, what FaZe's price to sales multiple is, taking the sales divided by the market cap. So the revenue divided by market cap. They're currently at 3.8. Right now, Warner Media is at a 2.6. If you're to do the back of the envelope math and go and say, okay, if FaZe was at that same multiple, apples to apples, company should be worth, it should be a $6.35 share. $6.35 should be the price. That's kind of what you're looking at. It's currently at 925. That's just doing a straight multiple analysis to a comp that I feel like one, Warner Music Group is, like I said, a more mature company, but same type of industry profile. Warner Music Group, do they have better margins? Absolutely. But this is what you would do typically in your typical Wall Street valuations. You try and find a similar multiple and just do a quick and easy, what do they look like, and then kind of back out what they're worth. So if we go and just go and say, okay, they're a perfect comp, they're a perfect comparison. FaZe should be worth $6.35 a share at the moment. Does that help you guys out a little bit? Working out the math like that to go and say, to go and think, you know, PTRS. I know you kind of said $9 fair price. That's the back of the envelope math says that. Super quick and dirty, but that's kind of the best kind of quick valuation I could go and give you. So let me know if that is helpful or not. If it isn't, I completely understand. I love it just, oh, because they don't have it on the yearly anymore. So hopefully that answered some questions for you guys on what what I think it's worth ish, and also kind of how you would derive that, especially given and this is something that I get asked a bunch, and even from people that are in the industry, right? If you have a company that has very little financials available to them, they're unprofitable and stuff like that, how can you go in do a comp analysis to them? And that's one. You can just do price to sales. It's dirty, but it works. So like I said, by that methodology, you get $6.35 a share for FaZe. Any other comments, questions, concerns, things you want me to go over? More than happy to go over them. Again, Sunken, I think you probably didn't get filled because the option spreads are one really wide. So unless you're on a legit trading platform, you probably can't go and negotiate your orders that well. Other than that, it's kind of sorry. You can keep trying to negotiate the price, keep trying to go and get your fill in. And by no way, also, I should go and say that any of this is financial advice. Do your own work. I'm gonna go on StockTwits and see if they have something up for it now. I know it's IPOs are, especially for SPACs, are normally weird days. Because it's a ticker change. Sometimes they don't have the correct data up. StockTwits still doesn't have a ticker for it. God damn it. This is what always sucks about IPO days for SPACs. Not all the information's there, and your typical resources. Like I said, Koifin's not updated for it. Like I said, we have phase 3 some Indian company, AutoFab. There we go. But I mean, price action. This is when they were halted. Price action's like meh, I'd say. Very meh. I like FinViz a lot too. We'll go and see if I forget if FinViz has same day data or if you have to go in like get a sub for it. Again, guys, going to be live all day during the market trading hours. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, want to pop in and out, feel free. I'll be here for a while if you have any questions on IPO process. IPO process, SPACs, trading in general. I've pretty much done it all. I haven't been at an investment bank going to get something public, but I know people that have. So feel free to ask. Sorry guys, I'm answering some DMs for someone. Aw, Finviz doesn't have it. That's sad. Guys, what do we think so far in trading? It's been a rough day for them, to be honest. It's been pretty rough. Here we go. We can go. Here's an article on them. Very, very small write-up. I mean, yeah. Super tough to be going public in the SPAC market when the SPAC market looks like this. In March, FaZe Clan received a $20 million bridge loan from B. Riley. Interesting. $50 million in EBITDA. They're probably going to miss that. 90 mil in revenue. Let's go and double check to see if they're on track for that. They think they're going to do 90 mil in revenue this year. They've done 15 already in the first quarter. We'll see how well that goes. So FaZe Clan plans to bring on more creators and help them grow with their own community and alternative reliance on advertising revenue from existing social media. This is kind of a false statement, but he thinks that esports business will be a smaller part of FaZe Clan's revenue in the future, with upcoming projects may include a gambling business with DraftKings, a delivery-only dining option similar to Mr. Beast Burger. That makes sense. And pay-to-earn gaming, which allows streamers to be paid. All very vague. So soon, I guess you can go and get FaZe Burger. Interesting. I guess Mr. Beast is doing, what, $80 million a year in revenue based off of his Ghost Kitchen burgers? So there's that. I mean, it's a low capital intensive way to go and get some, doing like a Mr. Beast Burger Ghost Kitchen thing is a super easy way to go and get revenue. I mean, it's super low capital. It's the capital intensity is extremely low. And it makes sense why they go and do it. Because all it is just capturing on your brand. I mean, Mr. Beast was able to go in, essentially, you hire third-party providers to go and make the food, and it's all just on Uber Eats and stuff like that. So all you got to go and do is just essentially just work out brand deals. Gambling is extremely hard to go and do. I have a friend that actually works as an equity analyst in the gambling space, and it's super hard. Super hard. It is hilariously hard to go and get any type of movement in there because the legal side of it's so tough. It really is. $9.42, down 27%. It's tough. It's tough right now. Tough. Again, you should more think about it as if they went public at $10 instead of the $13. That's not fair. It's not really fair for them to go in. It's not a huge, like, it's not super fair to go and say, oh, it was based off of where the SPAC closed yesterday. Although if you did go and buy some, oof, at that price. I'm just looking at the CNBC thing because I see Netflix and Warner Media Group and Warner Discovery, whatever they're called now. Warner Discovery? I think they're Warner Discovery. I used to cover them and still do cover them. Overall, though, market's pretty decent. For FaZe, if you couldn't hope for a better day in the markets unless it was like absolutely bonkers, but I mean, NASDAQ up 2% helps them. Should help them. It's a risk-on environment at the moment. But unfortunately, when you're a SPAC and SPACs have, I think the CNBC article had a very good chart of it, of like a SPAC index. Where is it? They had a very good chart in here on how SPACs have been performing, and it's not been good. I have to open up a closed tab. There we go. Yeah, shares of companies that have gone public via SPAC. So it's just an index over the last year. And it sucks when, because they went public via SPAC, that they're going to go and get tied up in this. But hey, they chose to go public this way. I think when they initially planned it, like a year ago, the market conditions were much better, and although their CEO, even in this article, says he wasn't worried about the SPAC market. I guarantee you he was. I don't think he's dumb enough not to think about it. Because whenever you're going public, you're always thinking about the capital market situation. Or your CFO definitely is. And I guarantee you, other esports organizations are thinking the same thing. Well, at least FaZe is the guinea pig. If you're 100 Thieves, if you're Liquid, TSM, although they're all having their troubles right now because unfortunately they all got big into the crypto space. It's not a good look for them now. Probably just do another round of VC cash instead. That would be my bet for what they're probably all going to go and do. I was texting my friend that actually works at StockTwits. I'm like, yo, why doesn't FaZe Clan have the ticker up yet? Why do you guys not have the ticker up yet? Let's just double check, see if it's back on, and see if it's on there or not, because I want the social thread for it more than anything. And maybe we open up like a Twitter panel to go and have it up there too. Because right now, Twitter is probably one of the best ways to go engage market sentiment for the stock, at least. Search. Here we go. We got the Twitter for it up. We got the Twitter page for it up. I'm just looking through some of the sentiment. People I'll be shorting. A lot of people going and saying that they bought it back when it announced as a SPAC. So maybe some people actually, even if you bought it as a SPAC at $10, you're underwater. Some people buying it. A lot of also just, you know, the typical what you would see fanning done for the stock. I mean, I would imagine what you're going to go and see also is a whole bunch of people going and waiting to go and see how it clears out today before they go into it, which is smart. IPO days are some of the worst trading days for stocks, or they can be the best depending on depending on the name. So it is kind of up in the air. I could go and text my friend that is, he's an investment banker and does SPACs. Like he specializes in SPACs. And see what his mood is on it. I know I talked to him a little while ago. Here, I'll send him a DM on Instagram, Alex. I can say his last name. I'll text him actually. He's at a competing bank with the bank that did the SPAC, but he all my friend does is SPACs. He's a banker, so it'll be interesting to see what he thinks because he has a lot more market color in the overall SPAC industry than I do. I typically deal with primarily larger companies. That's why I referenced Warner Media Group and UMG a lot before, because I've done a lot of work. I've done a lot of work on the record labels in the past, as well as online dating. So Match Group, which owns Hinge and Tinder, along with Bumble. I remember covering their IPO on that day. That was kind of crazy. And then a lot of work on sports and gaming. So when it comes to like Formula One, I did a lot of work on that stock. But for the most part, to be honest, this is like your typical day as like an equity research person. You open up your Excel, you punch in some numbers, kind of watch the markets, answer questions via email mostly. And that's about it. That's not like the Wolf of Wall Street. That's more trading. This is puzzling to me though, the fact that they went and said, what is it? I love it. This is a great little excerpt from this article. It seems their best attempt to secure capital, especially in a rather rough economic times we're in. It's obviously still nascent. Obviously, it's still nascent, but most of the organizations are still trying to figure out how to actually make money. That pretty much sums up FaZe at the moment. They're still trying to figure out how to go and make money. I love the Twitter feed. Instant 25% drop ain't usually it. There's a lot more volatility both ways besides just shooting down. If you held FaZe BPM plus 12, you shouldn't be trading. True. Welcome to Short City. Okay, so they're expected to go and raise 60 mil from the SPAC. So they're only giving up 33% control of the company, meaning most of the executives and probably the VCs, founding FaZe members, all that stuff like that, will still hold a majority of the company. And as I mentioned before, if they're going to go and raise 60 mil, that's actually decent for them. Because overall, they do have 17 mil in cash, which they probably won't touch. They're probably going to use the 60 mil that they're raising to knock out their short-term and a decent portion of their long-term debt. It's 74 mil worth of debt. They raised 60 mil. They can at least go and probably clear out some of their long-term debt. If I remember when I did the debt analysis, their debt's only trading. I mean, it's only about like a 3%. It's only about a 3% yielding debt. So, I mean, not terrible. And obviously they can make interest payments on it. But you want to try and knock that down a bit. Especially the fact that they don't have that good of margins. We're getting closer and closer to the $9 mark. Boys, does it crack $9? We'll do a poll. And all I have up here is just stock chart using TweetDeck, which is live streaming Twitter. I just did their cash tag, which is just $! FaZe, which is their ticker. So we'll go and get a news feed here, go and get some investor sentiment. Ooh. I wonder what, so typically speaking, in IPOs, and I forget if SPACs are the same way. Normally speaking, for an IPO, you have the firm that takes you public, and normally it's a couple if you're a bigger company. Their trading team, they set aside a pool of money to keep the stock above a certain price, the floor price. And pretty much like if it hits the floor, they want to start, they kind of use some of the capital to go and deploy. And the investment banks will hold some of the stock and on their balance sheet, because that's how trading actually works, to go and defend a level. Zay, dude, what's good? What's good? Welcome, my man. How have your streams been? So it'll be interesting to go and see at what level the stock goes and gets defended at. So I would assume probably where the stock goes and gets defended at by the capital markets, seems that the investment banks that took them public is probably $9 or $8.50. Because it's typically not a good look to be down a ton on your IPO day. That's part of the reason why you pay the bankers to go and help defend the stock price on the first day. It is interesting that 77% of the company will still be in all the founders' hands. So they're only selling, 33% of the company. Not too bad. Delete. Let's go and run a poll instead. Delete return points. Let's run a poll. Zay, how you doing? There you go. I started a poll instead of doing a prediction. Again, guys, I have years of experience in this industry. I cover companies exactly like FaZe. So if you have any questions on stocks, finance, anything like that, I can go and answer those. I can go and give my opinion on the company. It should not be taken as financial advice, though. You guys should always do your own work. deploy your own capital at whatever means you deem necessary. But I can go and give my opinion. I did a basic financial analysis, super basic here. And if you have any questions on like how FaZe makes money and stuff like that, we can do that too. A simple analysis here using Warner Media Group, which is a record label, because they have very similar business models, on where FaZe should end up trading. Using their revenue and their market cap, I can adjust this now. It's still about 200 mil. We're just going to keep it at 200 mil, just flat, because it makes it super easy for us, and it's trading a lot, so it could fluctuate quite a bit. I kind of derived that it should be worth about $6.35 currently, based on their competitor, which is based upon a comparative company, which is Warner Media Group, record label, because they trade at 2.6 times sales, so revenue, to their stock price. Currently, FaZe is trading at a 3.8. And if you're going to go and say, oh, what happens if they trade at the same level as Warner Media Group, 2.6 times, this is the stock price you end up getting. So that's kind of my rough target for it. In like a year, maybe. Not like tomorrow. I know some people in the YouTube chat were talking about, because I am doing the multi-stream for today, that they were trading it. Go right ahead, all the power in the world to you guys, but typically I don't like trading IPO days. And then we got the Twitter feed over here. We got people going saying, let's go, FaZe to the moon. Some people on the other side of it. It'll be very interesting to see where it closes out and what people's reactions to it are. We got CNBC up just in case, you know, typically speaking, IPO days, the CEO will come on to a financial news channel like CNBC, like Bloomberg, and go and discuss IPO, what the company does, gives them a little bit more outreach.
Bye, bye, bye.
Yo, Swazi, dude, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. But yeah, I mean, I'd really like the CEO to come on. I think it'd be interesting to go and hear from him, his reaction, because he seems like a pretty intelligent guy. I don't typically, by the way, do all these big finance streams. I do them every once in a while. I'll probably start doing them for FaZe's earnings calls. So, you know, we're all there together. I'll be updating my financial model during those times. I think it said that they report earnings August 15th, so that'll be fun. I'll try and dial in too to see if we can go and ask a question live. A lot of times these small companies don't have a ton of people on the phone, so I'll try and for these earnings calls, maybe because it's a SPAC. Maybe because it's a SPAC, we'll go in. They'll go and have more people. But who knows? I mean, I have questions definitely that I want to go and ask them. A couple with like a minute left in the poll, we already have, and I asked, oh, here we go. People think it does close below $9. Here we go, guys. Go and close up the mic real quick. Here's the CEO talking. Okay, let's listen to that again.
The mission of FaZe Clan is multifold. Number one, it's to have the most exciting and engaging talent roster, the most exciting and engaging content in gaming and the internet, period.
So there you go. They want to have the best talent roster and the best content in gaming, period. from the CEO himself earlier today when they went public. Probably right after the launch. So he's probably doing some interviews. A bunch of different, probably news organizations. I'll go on Bloomberg and see if he's done a video of them maybe. I don't think my Bloomberg terminal login still works. But of course, a lot of the news today and a lot of the conversation is probably going to be on Twitter and Elon Musk, and I won't even get into that. I won't even get into that discussion. Not on Bloomberg. Oh, you can't search. There we go. I'm more interested to see if they have any video. I don't think they do. No, they don't. Okay, so no actual interviews done with the CEO so far by any of the major financial news channels. I'll double check Yahoo Finance just to go and see if they have anything. Okay, let's go check Yahoo Finance. I'm doing it on my other monitor just so you guys can go and just to keep the stock price up on the screen. Also got a bunch of Twitter DMs asking me about the stock because I know that this is kind of my area of expertise. Oh, the results of the poll. Results of the poll. Does FaZe close below $9? Yes. So there you go. And we have about 4 hours and 30 minutes remaining in the trading day, so it's already been a rough day. They've cleared about almost 500,000 shares in trading. The candlesticks are still pretty fucking terrible. Like it's a new issue, so, and because they had the trading halt, all the candlesticks are gonna be weird. I was looking to see if there's any interviews or anything like that that's gone out. Check the FaZe IR page on my other monitor. Like I said, I want to go and keep my main monitor clear for you guys because it's got the stock on there. It's got the Twitter feed on there, following the cash tag. And it's also got CNBC just in case. Whoops. Just in case the CEO does an interview on there, or we have any analysts come on. FaZe did issue a press release. It's just kind of an overview about FaZe. It pretty much just going and saying, here, I'll bring it up. It pretty much just goes and talks about that they went public via the merger with the SPAC. No, absolutely no like big value or anything like that. Just saying they'll ring the opening bell when they IPO at 9:30 Eastern time, etc., etc., etc. They went public today via the reverse merger with their SPAC. A little thing from the executives, who they are, a little bit of background, board of directors. Jesus Christ. Their CFO, one of their CFOs is one of their board members is the CFO of WeWork. That didn't go well. Sigmund Growth Capital. What is that? That's a I think they're a VC firm. Bruce Gordon. I think I know him at Alexa Partners. I think my friend works for his company. Snoop Dogg's on the board, of course. Chief Investment Officer of B. Riley has to be on there. They're the Atlanta FaZe operators on the board of directors. Overwatch League is on the board of directors. And the CEO of Yahoo is also on the board of directors. I didn't realize that the ex-CFO of WeWork's on there. Oof. Oof. WeWork, for those of you that don't know, the kind of workspace share group, has not had the best financial outlook ever since they attempted to go public. Collapsed when they were trying to go public, hilariously. Because it happened right as COVID was happening, and their IPO went down the drain in a smoke and fire-filled event. It was a little hilarious to watch on the offset, but because it was so overvalued. But yeah. Again, guys, if you have any questions on capital markets, so meaning stocks, finance, also like that, how IPOing works, some of the background on it, let me know and I can go and answer those questions. If you want to know anything about how FaZe makes money, can also talk about that. I've gone through it a couple times on stream. I have my financial model if you want my rough price estimate for where the stock's going to go. Again, all this is not financial advice, strictly my opinion. Please do your own work, invest your money wisely, etc., etc. Meaning, if you buy or sell the stock based on what I say, it's not my fault. But so far, it's been a tough day. It's been a tough day for him. Again, for those of you that are new into the chat or in the streams, this was their old company, the SPAC, the SPAC group. Jeez. Koifin still doesn't have them up there. They'll probably have them up there tomorrow. This is when they announced the acquisition of FaZe. So it stayed about $10, which is where typically SPACs operate. Once the merger said, yes, it's definitely going through, here's the date of the IPO, shot up, $13, closed yesterday at $13.02. Currently, today, they sit at $9.23. Again, you always, if you're a SPAC, you always IPO at the last price of your SPAC once you become the new trading company. So they would have opened at $13 and are currently at $9.28. It seems, I mentioned this in the past, that typically when you IPO a company, the firm that you hire, or the firms, the investment banks that you hire, have what's known as a sales and trading team that handle the trading of your stock. And typically on the IPO day, they reserve capital in some shares to kind of level out the stock if it becomes volatile, etc. And typically there's a predetermined level where they deploy that capital, normally made by both the company and the investment bank. So it seems that currently is like $9 because it kind of touched that level and bounced back. So probably once it hits $9, all the traders at B. Riley, because it's their SPAC, I think they're only doing B. Riley for the capital markets, are pretty much going to go and buy some stock, put it on their balance sheet, and hold it for a while. It was also said that FaZe is only giving up 33% of the company in this IPO, so they're maintaining about 67% of the company for their own, for their executives, other stockholders, so VC firms, etc. Higher ups at the company, such as probably the founders, banks, Temper, etc. Probably are keeping some of their stock. They can't sell it on the day. They normally have a lockup period, so they can't sell stock on the first day in case it skyrockets. Normally they have to go and sell it within, I think, 6 months is when they got to go in. It's about the time where they can actually go and sell. 6 weeks. 6 weeks to about 2 months. Then they can start going and putting in sell orders. And all those are going to be able to be tracked because it is a publicly listed company. So if a certain person at the company, whether it's their CEO, whether it's some of the original FaZe Clan members, start selling their stock, you will be able to know. They have to go and submit an SEC filing that goes and says that they are selling stock, how much and at what price, and you can pretty much calculate how much money they made from that trade. So if banks or Temper or any of those guys go and sell stock, you will be able to know. You just got to do some digging in the public filings. Just refreshing the chart here. Oh, that's right. Tesla's earnings are today after the close. Totally forgot. CNBC stock charts are normally clunky. There we go. If I do candle, then normally if I'll go and do like line. Maybe we'll get Yahoo Finance on deck too to go and see. To go and get a better. To go and get a better chart of it. CNBC's charts are not the best, but it's one of the only ones I've found so far today that have a decent live chart with accurate data. Because the typical company that I use, Koifin, is they're not loading. It's normally when IPOs occur, stuff like this happens. They also have the warrants on the company too, because they're a SPAC. They have to go and issue warrants as well. There you go. There's the full kind of price action today. Oh God, I want 1 minute, please. Candle would be lovely. Can you not give me a candle? I would love a candle. I do like 1 minute one day. I'll do a 5 minute. Oh, I can back out. Dope. There we go. Candlesticks for charts are so much more helpful. Because you can go and see if it's a buy or sell. So here we go. This is a lot more helpful to us, because we can actually go and see volume, and as well as if it's a buy or sell. So we see here about $9. This is probably when a bunch of buying came into play. It's a lot more helpful than this chart. And so now, like if it's a red candlestick, obviously it's a sell price. It's sell. And if it's a green, normally it's a buy. I shouldn't say normally. It is a buy. So yeah, there we go. Just gives us a lot more information. I typically, like when I have my charts and all that stuff up, I like candlesticks. Like I said, they give you a lot more information than just the line. Super helpful in that regard. How's everyone doing today in the chats and the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat? I'm doing a multi-stream today, so it's a big event. I've had a lot of nice people stop by from both Twitch and YouTube asking questions. I'm more than happy to answer those, to give my opinions. Of course, it's only my opinion. It's not financial advice. We have CNBC up just in case something happens. CEO comes on or an analyst comes on to talk about the IPO. Typically that happens on an IPO day. But I know FaZe also had they had a big meet and greet outside of the NASDAQ for a lot of their fans, which is very cool. Share the hype with all the people. So CEO may have been a little bit busy. I have no idea. I'm actually going to take the opportunity to go to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back. I'll keep the screens up and all stuff like that just for you guys. Alright guys, I am back. Did I miss any price action, any news, anything? Nope. That's something that always happens when you're an equity analyst or a trader. You're always like, oh, what did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? Something happened. Again, guys, if you have any questions or just want a little back and forth discussion on the stock, on the business, feel free to go in, post in the chat. We can talk. I've answered a lot of questions so far today about where I think the stock's going, good price to buy, etc. Well, haven't said good price to buy or sell. Where I think the stock's potentially going, due to just some easy financial analysis I did. So you can go and let me know there if you want to go and talk about that or anything else. The VOD for this stream, both on YouTube and on Twitch, will be on my YouTube channel underneath. I have a little playlist called Finance is a FaZe, where I've done previous streams and previous videos on kind of the financial background of FaZe. So if you want any more information, you can go and do it there. If you join my Discord or anything like that and want to go and get my financial model, I am more than willing to send it to you. I've had people in the past from YouTube go and come into my Discord and ask for models and set up calls to go and go over them. I'm more than happy to go and do that. So yeah. I know there's been a lot of back and forth. I've seen some stuff on Twitter. I've seen some stuff, even in my own chat, they go and say, where the stock's going, if it's a buy or sell or whatever. Don't kind of go out swinging on the first day at the IPO. It's normally not the best course of action. Because normally the first day is really volatile. It's normally a very, very volatile day of trading. We can already see that, seeing as the stock's gone down almost 30%. It seems the kind of floor price that both the company and the investment bankers kind of decided on was $9 to kind of hold the stock level at. I know a couple of people in the YouTube chat talked about buying some options on it, some puts, but the order didn't get filled. Normally options as well are pretty tough on first day. Pretty tough to go and get fills, to kind of go and get any type of Solid price action and price discovery on. Did it get halted again? It's like no volume and it's holding still. Did it get halted? Or is there just no volume at the moment? I think there's just no volume. Yeah, I think it got halted. Because there's like absolutely no volume in it. Zoom in a bit. Yeah, no volume. Got halted, maybe news pending. I wonder why. Yeah, typically, even on an IPO day for as thinly traded as this is, there should be some volume. Oh, things normally quiet down in the markets around this time as well. I see the one halt from earlier today, but I don't see any other news on a halt. Maybe just no volume. Oh, never mind. Here it comes back. Ooh. We are once again flirting with the $8 line, or the $9 line. Again, chat, if you guys want me to, you guys want me to dive into the business at all, explain some things, I can go and do that. It's no problem for me. Absolutely no issue. Probably at the $9 line, you're gonna see, like I mentioned, some of those trades start flooding in, especially since it closed at $13 yesterday. People go and say, probably a steal. Think about it more as if it went public at like $10 because it's a SPAC. SPAC IPOs are very weird. Washington Post article right there on FaZe Clan going public. Article right here. It's gonna be very. I'm keeping the Twitter feed open because it's a lot of probably people like this. Just downloaded a brokerage app. Just download a brokerage app and buy, because people are asking like, how do you go and trade this and all that stuff like that. Kind of crazy that that's like a thing, but I thought that it would kind of be. I actually thought it'd be the opposite today. I thought there was gonna be a lot of people where this was their first. I thought it was gonna pop the first day and then fade. Still could. Still very well could. It'll be interesting to see though. That's why we're here. I just forgot how thinly traded this is. There's just gonna be Absolutely no volume in this thing for quite some time. I saw a lot of people going. There's a picture posted with all the guys with their with the shirts of the ticker on there. A lot of people going commenting about the lack of some of the more prominent FaZe members. Like, where's Banks? Trust me, you don't want to have him around when this is going, because a big risk to FaZe is human capital, and that's essentially, you know, all the people that are out there saying stupid shit. And when you're an SEC regulated company, because you're public now, it impacts your stock price. So I'll go and say they're probably gonna have a lot more control over what people say. You have to, especially if you're an investor. Some of these guys, probably the legal team is gonna have to really sit down with some people and tell them what they can and cannot say. Because if someone like Swag goes on stream and starts talking about the stock, yeah, can't do that. You cannot. Right as I'm talking about that, you see this. With the FaZe logo behind it, run that shit up. Yeah. Oh boy, Legal's gonna have such a fun time with this. You can't pump your own stock. It's illegal. I'm not saying what they're doing right there is illegal, but I'm sure the company had to go and sit down with a bunch of these people, a bunch of the creators, and say, here's what you can and can't do. Oh, Zach did it. Zach did one. Oh, it's this article. You did a good job with it. You did a good job on the article. I'm actually going to go and tweet at him. You did a very good job on it. I'll go and say that. I do love all these people posting all this stuff, and it's gonna be such a fun one to watch over the year. And apparently earnings coming in what they said, August 15th, so in a couple weeks. That'll be fun. That'll be really fun. Again, they're going to have to do a bunch of media training for all these guys. To make sure that they're all compliant with the SEC. Because when you're in a publicly traded company, it's tough. I worked at a publicly traded company. There's certain things. There's blackout periods where you can't say something. There are blackout periods for what you can and when you can and cannot buy the stock. Yeah, I worked at a publicly. My first employer was a mutual fund that's publicly traded, and there's so much regulation, and you have a day of training on what you can and cannot do. There's a huge handbook for it, and all that stuff. Oh, halftime's on. I've actually been on this show. I've actually been on this show. Not with Scott, though. Scott wasn't the host when I was on it. So we'll go and see, because it's a brand new IPO and it's gone down a decent amount. We'll see if they talk about it. Hopefully they do. Hopefully they talk about it. It'd be fun to go and have that on. But for those of you, like I said, are just joining in, been watching the stock all day ever since since the IPO. I've run through some of the financials. If you guys want to see that, let me know. I'm also here to answer any questions, give my opinion on the stock. Again, this is not financial advice. Do your own homework before making any types of financial decisions. But I've also run some analysis on where the stock kind of should trade at, given some of its peers. Its peers mainly being things like record companies like Warner Media Group. I mean, their CEO did work at that company. So, but no, if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, so yeah, if you have any questions, comments, or anything like that, go ahead, fire away. This is the part that I kind of hate, though. It's like people like this, because this is the FaZe Clan Twitter cash tag, so you can put in the $ and then the ticker of a stock, and it pulls up, so I get the direct feed of whenever someone mentions it. What app do you use? Like, oh, just go in. If I buy shares in FaZe Clan, do I get to put FaZe in my name? This is the part of where I thought like a bunch of people like this right here. One of the reasons why I thought the stock would run up a bit, because a lot of fans are probably going to go out and buy, just because they like their creators. I mean, hey, I like a lot of the FaZe creators, but it doesn't mean it's a good company or a well-run company. Is this who I think it is? I thought this guy went to jail. Oh no, I'm thinking of a different Jake Wolf. Thinking of another Jake Wolf. But no, I've had a lot of Twitter DMs too from people in the finance community asking me about this, because apparently a lot of them didn't do a lot of research on this name. Kind of flew underneath the radar. We ran a poll in Twitch a little while ago asking where the stock's going to close at. A lot of people went and said under $9. From what I can tell, that's where a lot of the institutional support is. The bank that brought FaZe public, and this is standard for all IPOs. This isn't just FaZe. Have a set amount of capital that they can deploy in the first couple days to defend a level in a stock, and that seems to be about $9 is where they're deploying a lot of it. Because it keeps going down about low 9s, and then it gets bought back up. It could also just be, normally if you go and see that, it's big volume, like around here. It's not small volume here too. I mean, there was a trading halt, but it'll be interesting to go and see how where people are buying in. Could be anyone from someone that's a big fan of FaZe to ETFs. I mentioned before. I know some people that run an ETF, an exchange traded fund, which is essentially just a pool of stocks, for those of you that don't know, that monitors esports. It's all themed around esports, so I imagine they had to come in and buy an allocation of it. because it's the first publicly available big esports company. So I imagine some mutual funds and ETFs that are themed around esports and gaming will come in and will buy a chunk. How much? No idea. It could be very little. Those are some of the potential buyers. Let's take a quick thing on the volume. Less than $500,000 traded. I mean, it is a small company. It's a very small company. It's a big company for like esports, but $200 million market cap is extremely small. Extremely small. It's essentially a small cap stock. It's getting a lot of more notoriety because of its presence in social media, but in regards to like a pure financial company, it's a drop in the bucket. Here we go on Fox Business, 3 p.m. Eastern. CEO will be live with her on Fox Business. See if we can go and tune into that. So 3 p.m. Eastern time in about, call it 3 hours. CEO is going to be on there. Hopefully we can go and see if there's we can go and tune into that interview. It'll be interesting. It'll be the CEO's first time on a financial news network, so that'll be interesting. I haven't been on Fox. I've been on CNBC before. Liz typically does a fair job. It'll be interesting to see because remember, if you go on financial TV, you're not just conveying your company, you're trying to also convey value to potential investors. And for a lot of people that don't know what FaZe is in the Wall Street community, it's a good time to go and say, hey, here's the company, here's what we do, explain it, essentially. Is Yahoo Finance behind, or is CNBC behind? So it'll be very interesting to watch. Hopefully we can go and watch it. If not, we'll watch a replay of it. And maybe on the closing bell, well, if he's doing 3 p.m. at Fox, he's gotta go downtown to the stock exchange for all the CNBC interviews. I would have imagined, or it could be at the NASDAQ because they have a booth there, because I've been there and done an interview from the NASDAQ before. Also done one on the New York Stock Exchange with Cheddar. Actually, let's go and see if CEO's done an interview on Cheddar. Because Cheddar's kind of more focused on millennials. There we go, Cheddar News. They got bought by someone. Who'd they get bought by? Oh, that's right. No. I'm thinking of Altice. I'm just searching to see if Cheddar did an interview with them. Nope. Okay. Maybe it'll be talked about on Fast Money. Only doing Fox News for your IPO day is kind of weird though. Double check Bloomberg, see if they've done anything. Just going to one major financial news outlet on your IPO day is a little weird. Like they should have done, they should have like, they should be on, the typical tour force is CNBC, Fox, Bloomberg, maybe Cheddar. That's your typical CEO, public company, IPO circuit. I love this. Again, guys, earlier today we went and did a poll to go and see where everyone thought the stock's going to end up trading at the end of the day. Everyone went a lot. The majority said under $9. So we'll go and see if it crosses that threshold or not. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave the market cap at. Gonna leave the market cap at 200 for all my analysis. What the hell? Why is my computer freaking out? Save, yes. Volume is so light on it. Well, I shouldn't be surprised. Like I said, it's a small company. This guy actually gave a half decent explanation. A lot of people, a lot of Twitter profiles out there going and saying co-owner. To be expected. To be expected. To be expected. Again, a lot of probably younger people are probably going to go and buy this. Ooh, starting to get back closer down to the $9. To the $9 line. That's probably being defended by the traders. Let's go and see if Koifin actually has it now. It's been half a day, still nothing. Jesus. I want to say thanks to everyone for stopping by throughout the day. Really do appreciate it. I loved some of the conversations we were having a couple hours ago. It was very fun to go and talk to people, see what they think. Some of them were very much interested in how FaZe makes money. I do love just seeing on the timeline people like, I'm invested in FaZe, and all. It's like, okay. I I'm invested in Formula One. Like I own shares. But I mean, it is for some people. I imagine it's gonna be their first time buying stock is through FaZe, so I shouldn't be so cynical. I should not be as cynical as I am. I'm just checking Twitter, see reply to some DMs and stuff. Some weird esports news articles going around. I love this. Puts be printing. It's like, dude, if you bought puts today, I assure you your premium is through the roof. You're barely gonna break even on those. And I knew this thing was going to be huge on social media. I'm surprised it hasn't popped back up to maybe $10. It's been very flat trading. I mean, most of the people that know the group probably don't have that much capital to go and put into the stock, to be honest, though. Trading kind of quiet right now. Let's check on the broader market. I mean, you couldn't ask for, if you're a SPAC, to go public on a better day. NASDAQ up 2%, S&P up 1%. Kind of risk on environment. Small cap growth. The kind of factor exposure that FaZe would have. Doing well. It's just maybe they were just, the valuation was just too high. Or also probably some of the people that bought yesterday, hoping that it'll probably climb higher today, might have gotten sidelined, clotheslined when they all started selling today. I mean, if you were smart, it's the exact thing you do on SPAC IPOs. Try and buy below the exchange price of $10 and then flip. Because yeah, if you would have bought this yesterday, I mean, chilling. But I mean, congrats to the company. Going public, it's a hard thing to go and do. Hard thing to go in. Really hard thing to go and orchestrate, especially because they went the SPAC route. And the SPAC market, as this very nice article from Zacky's on Twitter over at CNBC when it pointed out, with SPACs in the past year dropping pretty much in half, as they're seen as kind of lower quality companies that go up. And yeah, I mean, it's been a tough environment for SPACs, and not only that, but for small cap companies as well, smaller companies. And FaZe is definitely one of those. I said $200 million market cap is pretty insignificant, all things considered, when it comes to finance. What do you mean? What do you mean by LC? Ampere? If you're talking about the limit price for the market makers on day one IPO, could be. This could be their $9.25 to $9 could be their defend zone for the trading over at the investment bank, over at B. Riley. It very well could be. It seems like it. From all the price action I've seen, it seems like this is their defend zone. I mean, you also have to remember the SPAC vehicle closed at $13 yesterday. That would have been much more advantageous for it to have not ramped up yesterday before during the close. Because if they would have IPO'd at $10, they'd be down 10% instead. But those are the markets. And it's already had one volatility halt today. Could have another one, depending on how the stock moves. Why 30% down? I think it's pretty much because it had a massive run up yesterday in the SPAC vehicle, and a bunch of people flipped it. It's not the first of the kind for this type of stock at all. SPACs are extremely common now. For the past 3 years or so, they've been a go-to vehicle for companies to become public. I mentioned earlier today, this is the SPAC vehicle that FaZe was in. I mentioned earlier in the stream, and I'll bring it up again, BuzzFeed.
Bye.
Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I mentioned BuzzFeed, which went public last year via SPAC. This is not the best view for it. Here we go, and this will go in, give you a little bit of a hint. You can go and see here when it was in SPAC form, right? About $10, just, and then on IPO day, took a huge dive and then kind of continued down, and from the IPO at $10 to now $2.40. I mean, it's been a tough time for SPACs in general, but it's not because it's the first of a kind stock. I mean, it's the first of a kind as in terms of it being a esports org, and for sure, that may play a part of it. But I mean, there are companies that will buy this because it is an esports org or have to. I mentioned before, there's a company out there that has a Esports Etf, so they'll probably buy it just because they kind of have to. But no, it's a SPAC. SPACs are pretty normal nowadays. It's the first kind of big-ish IPO for a SPAC in a while, because they kind of dried up due to their poor performance. But like, it had a big run up yesterday, and if you were lucky enough to go and buy it yesterday at $8, and when it swapped to today to FaZe, you got the stock swap, and if you could go and sell some, you most likely would for a decent chunk of change. I mean, even if you bought it at $8.50 yesterday, you're still above even on it. I think also a bunch of people are surprised that it's down. I believe so. If the filings are correct, he still holds some Twitter. That lawsuit is a clusterfuck, though. I think that's also why, if you go and see the CNBC grab right here, you see the CNBC grab. I mean, I think that's why everyone's looking at the Tesla earnings call today, because he's going to go and get questions on it. But I've never been a Twitter bull, and I don't comment on Tesla because it's not my area of expertise. My area of expertise is technology, media, and telecom. I have done work on Twitter before. I don't see much upside in the company, to be honest. I think Elon buying them is probably the best deal that they're ever going to go and get. Someone else would go and buy them at a lower price if they can't afford the deal. Boys, we're getting back to the $9 line. I mean, to tie Twitter to FaZe Clan, I mean, I think FaZe is eventually going to go and get bought out. They'll be taken either private or absorbed into another company. At what price, I'm not sure. But I would fully expect FaZe, if some of their financials don't, if some of their ideas don't work out in the next 5 years, they'll be taken private by someone else, or they'll just or they'll go into or they'll take themselves private. That's kind of how I see the future of them. That doesn't really matter, to be honest. And I can show you exactly why. If you're interested. Esports for FaZe really don't make a big of an impact. They're trying to make it less of one, their CEO has already gone and said that they want to go and reduce their reliance on esports. Where is it? It's in this article, I believe. But for the most part, and I can go and show you this because it's all publicly available information. When it comes to esports, right? Esports. And the first quarter of 2021, they made $717,000. This is all in thousands. First Q 2021, 2.4 mil. For the full year 2020, 2.8 mil. And for full year 2021, 5.8 mil. Esports really doesn't matter for them. It's only 10% of revenue. They want that to decrease. And it costs a lot of money to run the esports teams because it's all you got to pay talent. At the best, this is probably cost neutral to them. Meaning it's a break-even business. They probably have to go and pay out around $5 million a year just in total esports costs for their people. It only makes up 10% of revenue, and they're trying to go and decrease that percentage. I mean, yeah, it went up 104%, but that's also because their teams did better one year versus another year. It's like it's the same thing as yeah, the prize winning for like a major in Call of Duty is only $200,000. They're supposed to go and report second quarter earnings here on August 15th, so we'll go and see how this number looks. But one esports major is 10% of that. And yeah, it's revenue, it's sales, it's not profit. 400K. How much do each of those players cost per year? At least 100K probably. So they broke even on one. Esports is tough for them to be a reliable source of income because they got to do well. The same thing why no baseball team, football, very little football teams ever make any money. And I can show you publicly available baseball teams like the Atlanta Braves that won the World Series last year. Barely made any money. What esports is a great marketing tool. And as long as they can go and throw out their entire esports brands, CSGO, CDL, FIFA, all that stuff, if they can go and break even, right? Because the total player costs and all the other costs they're associated with it, because the leagues also make money from it too. There's also an ownership fee associated with it. If they can go and make, call it $5 mil, if it costs them $5 mil across all their players in 2021 to go and keep them all on the roster and all that stuff like that, bonuses, etc. Because I imagine esports is the same way as any other sport. Each player has a bonus contract for how well they do. It's very popular and things like I know this because I've done extensive work over the past 4 years in Formula One. Formula One drivers have a big bonus clause in their contract. So if you go and you win, for CSGO, those guys probably all get a bump of, call it 200K each if they won that for winning that tournament. It's what for? I'm not too familiar with CS:GO. Was it 5 people? That's a mil, right there for winning one. So maybe winning the major of the prize money is, call it flat. Yeah, like I said, 400. So if they won 400K in CS:GO, right? Each of those players for their salaries probably cost $100,000 each. And that's kind of like a baseline number. I've heard some figures for esports players getting paid $500,000 a year plus, like I said, the bonus earnouts. So if they won 400K just in prize pool money, and they have a bonus in their contract for winning majors, call it 50K, 100K, it's a cost neutral business. They're not, esports is not there for these companies to make money. They didn't break it out in their financials. They're publicly available. How much esports cost them? But I would imagine, seeing as in 2021, they only made, after all the costs associated with the business, $11 million. And the revenue consists of other things like brand deals and content. So YouTube, CPMs, Twitch subs, etc. I cannot imagine that esports is a very profitable business. If these two, combined with everything else, is only bringing in 21% of total revenue. After all their costs associated with it, they only brought in, it's 21% that they make back off the revenue. Esports for FaZe, and one of the reasons why the CEO, which, let me try and see if the quote is in here. I believe it is. Said they're trying to make it less a big portion of their revenue, because it's a great marketing gimmick. It's a great marketing tool. And if they can go in, like I said, if it can go in, if for making 5.8 mil, if they can go in, if it costs them 6 mil a year to go and run, but it leads to $1 million more in consumer product sales, jerseys, etc., merch, it's a good deal for them. It's a great marketing tool. Here we go. The CEO, Lee Trink. I don't know if you can see this that well. I can send the link. I can send the article link in Twitch chat. Projects that esports business will be a smaller part of FaZe Clan's revenue in the future. Upcoming projects may include expanding a gambling business, DraftKings, delivery-only option, so like Mr. Beast Burger, and play-to-earn games, which allows streamers to be paid. Like I said, esports for them, it's a great marketing play. And if it is somewhat cost neutral, they bring in, like I said, the 5.8 mil, and if it costs them 6 mil for all that publicity, it's an easy marketing expense. The future of FaZe is not, their future revenue is not going to be esports, because they will have bad teams. It's just how it goes. And that's a cost, like I said, like you mentioned, if they're not winning majors all the time, it's a pure cost business. I appreciate you bringing it up, though. I'm more than happy to discuss other things like that. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to talk and discuss the business, the stock. Help you guys be a little bit more informed on it. It's what I do for a living. I enjoy it. And Amp, dude, thanks for the follow. Thanks for joining into the stream. It was a fun discussion. I enjoyed it. Will it be the next BuzzFeed? Potentially. Potentially. I did a quick analysis on it. One, it makes zero money for shareholders because their expenses like G&A, general and administration, are way more than what they bring in after, you know, paying for the business, the cogs. So they end up losing between about 30 on average between the last 2 years. Again, this is all the data that's available to us publicly. They lose about 30 mil a year running FaZe. Now I did a quick analysis using their market cap, their revenue. It's known as a price to sales multiple, right? Price of all the stock divided by how much they make in revenue, and they're doing about 3.8 times their revenue. I looked at another company, Warner Music Group, which is a record company, and FaZe is very much a record company when you look at what type of a business it is. I looked at their price to sales multiple, 2.6 times. I did an analysis going and saying, okay, let's go and take that multiple and apply it to FaZe and then figure out what the stock is worth. So it's just going in, timesing the revenue by Warner Media's price to sales multiple, dividing it by the amount of shares outstanding for FaZe, and you get $6.35 for the stock. So another 3% down. That's and that is a back of the envelope, you know, quick little valuation method. That's what you get if you apply pretty much with the same type of a business, a much more profitable business, the music industry, what it would look like. Now, there are other ways to play this. They do have warrants, which are essentially long-dated options on the stock that are like 50 cents if you want to be long it. You can be long the warrants and short the stock. Hedge out some of your risk. Again, none of this is financial advice. I'm just sharing with you the information I know, answering questions to the best of my ability. And you should always do all your own homework before you make any type of investment decision or financial decision. Don't take my word as gospel. All this is my opinion. As I mentioned, if we go and use that analysis that I did, if instead of 2.6, right, you could go and say, oh, what happens if it's 3? What happens if it's 3.0? Then you get $7 stock. Roughly. Oh, are we going to break the $9 mark, boys? The $9 line is back. This is supposedly the area where I think a bunch of the book runners for the IPO are going to defend the stock, as is their right. Yeah, this person has no idea what they're doing if they're using that many indicators on a stock that just went public. And I have a lot of friends that specialize in technical analysis. I've never seen them do anything like that. Boys, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll leave the screen up and all that stuff like that, and come back in a minute. Alright guys, I am back. The $9 line going to be harshly defended. Harshly defended. You have to figure out a way how to go and watch the Fox News, the Fox Business interview with the CEO. That'll be a good one to watch. Oh, I can enter in a TV provider. Okay. Okay, so that's what we'll go and do. We'll swap off CNBC at 3 p.m. For the interview with FaZe's CEO on Fox Business News with Liz Clareman, who is a lovely person. I've had interactions with her. She is very nice. My shares have traded. Still under $500,000. I mean, still under, yeah, about $500,000-ish, 600,000. Real question is, does it close below the $9 mark? And then may rise then tomorrow. After all the creators have done their videos and all that stuff like that. Is this a buy? That's up to you. I'm personally not confident in it, but it has a strong retail investor base following. A lot of young people are going to buy this as their first stock. I don't think it's a buy. I wouldn't, but that's all up to you. You may disagree with me. Will it go up in the short term? Maybe. I imagine they're going to have a lot of, just like their CEOs going on Fox Business today. Of course, whenever a company IPOs, the CEO is typically on financial news shows all the time. It's very common. I'm sure some of their creators will talk. They have to be careful what they say because they work at a publicly traded company now. And having worked at a publicly traded company, there are things you can and cannot say. keep an eye on CNBC, see if they're going to go and mention FaZe. Is it going to be another? I've had that question a lot. It's tough to tell whenever something's going to become a meme stock. I'll go and say this: it's a very low float of shares. Most of the executives' ownership can't sell within 180 days of the stock going public. There could be some pumpers out there. And I think a lot of people are going to go in, a lot of younger people are probably going to buy it as like one of their first stocks, first individual stocks that they buy. Because typically when you buy your first stock and you're young, it's something that you like. So it certainly has the potential. Calling it, going and saying they're making a call whether it's going to be a meme stock is tough, because like the things that happen with GameStop and AMC never happen, statistically speaking. It's a perfect storm of events. So it's tough. It's tough to make that call. That's like saying, it's like, it's such a tough call to make, especially sitting here going saying, like, for sure. It could be. Also could have the opposite effect. It could be, like we were talking before a little bit ago, could be the next BuzzFeed, or it just steadily declines. They don't have the best financials on the planet. And they report earnings here in a couple weeks on August 15th. I'll be doing a stream for that. We'll have the earnings call and all that stuff like that. Where they're actually going to have to talk to big Wall Street investors and analysts, and it'll become tough. I think in the longer term, for FaZe, they'll hover between $7 to $5 range for a while. Try to go and improve the business model, and eventually probably go and get bought out by someone who I don't know. There's a bunch of companies out there that acquire all different types of sports brands and kind of bundle them together. There's a company that owns, what's it called? Ball Corp? Not Ball Corp. That owns Red Sox, Liverpool FC, and a whole bunch of other things. They could be picked up by them for, not that much money. I struggle to find a very good path forward for them. A lot of what they want to go and try and do, especially towards creating like a gambling like a partnership with DraftKings and stuff like that, is very tough. It's very tough to go and achieve. And they're relying a lot on their fan base for a lot of these plans. Meanwhile, I think they have a lot of risk when it comes to human capital. And that can definitely impact them. Seeing as they rely on their creators for all their revenue, essentially. And all you need is one or two creators to go down, and it's like, I mean, I talked about this earlier in the stream. When you look at, especially on their socials, and this is all metrics that you can find via their investor presentations and on their financials. They have this thing called total social reach, right? All their followers across different platforms. So you can see YouTube, total YouTube subscribers, and these are in thousands. So it's 116 million. Twitter at 58 million, Instagram 105, etc. TikTok, Twitch, etc. Then they break down YouTube subs into company program FaZe channel. So that's like the FaZe channel at 8.7 million. And then there's all their co-branded. These are your FaZe rug, your FaZe swag, your actually swag's a different portion. FaZe Jev, etc. Your favorite FaZe member. And then over down here is FaZe affiliate channel. So this is Snoop Dogg, this is Nuke Squad, etc. A big issue with this is how FaZe essentially makes money via content and brand partnerships is they go and take a portion of the revenue from their creators on the content, on YouTube views and stuff like that, in exchange for the uplift in their notoriety because they're part of FaZe Clan. Someone like FaZe Rug, who's got 30 million subscribers on YouTube, if for some reason he ever gets a big deal to go to someone else instead of FaZe, this number drops by 30%. And I think that's a huge, huge risk to the stock and to the company. Obviously, for some of those bigger creators, Nick Merckx, etc., and probably definitely FaZe Rug, they have stock as a part of their deals to go and keep them there. But another way to think about this is what happens if there's a big controversy, right? Remember the whole Save the Kids thing? Think about that, but what happens if it's bigger creators? Channel subs go away real fast when that happens. Because once you kick someone out of FaZe, this number automatically goes down, or they're gonna have to revise that. And once YouTube subscribers goes down, this number, $16 million, which makes up 3% of their rev, starts going down as well. That to me is the biggest risk. The absolute biggest risk in this company. It's their human capital, it's their people, their creators. They have to be extremely careful. They have to be extremely careful how they handle things and how their and how their creators operate. And hopefully that was helpful to you. And that's just my view. Could wildly differ. And guys, as I mentioned before, we have the CEO of FaZe is going to be on Fox Business News in about 2 hours. So we'll go and swap over from CNBC over to that, catch that interview. Should be very interesting. To go and hear how he markets the company to potential investors, like some of you guys out there, and to the business community as a whole. Hopefully everyone's having a good day out there. Thank you for coming out to the stream, or if you've stopped by the stream, thanks for stopping by. It's been pretty fun, again, I'm not gonna lie. If you're interested, I can go and give you my financial model. If you go and join our Discord by using !Discord in the Twitch chat, or it's in the description of the YouTube video, I can go and send you my financial model if you want, which has all the stuff that you've been seeing on stream, when I open up Excel. I also, this live stream, this VOD will be up on my YouTube channel for the, in the FaZe Financials playlist, where I have a bunch of other videos all about breaking down the FaZe's financials, building my model, all of that, all those types of things. Because there's one thing to layer on conjecture. It's another thing to actually break down the numbers, which I think I've done a decent job of on this stream and in my past videos. And I'm more than happy for anyone in either YouTube or Twitch chat today to break down the numbers in the business. I've done it a couple times. I am more than happy to. More than happy to break that down. I have my model where I've broken down kind of how you can go and get to a fair valuation for FaZe for the stock price. You can disagree whether it's fair or not. I'm just simply using basic financial analysis for it. Also breaking down, like I just did with Ampere, how they make money and some misconceptions about FaZe's profitability, because they are not profitable. So you guys let me know if you want any of that analysis. You want me to dive into anything? Any questions about the SPAC process, about the IPO process? I know I had talked with someone a couple minutes ago, all about the process of SPACs and how those all work. Yeah, Ampere, that's what I was talking about when it comes to their human capital risk. Their human capital risk is extremely high. I mentioned that they essentially make money from their creators on their YouTube channels, Twitch channels, etc., brand deals, and if there is a scandal or something does happen where someone gets cut from FaZe, they lose those subscribers and the revenue from YouTube, Twitch, etc., and yeah, then the revenue goes down. It's a huge human capital risk, but it's the business they're in. Just like for record companies, if someone decides to go independent once their record deal's up, it's a big risk to the record companies as well. Ooh. A little bump up. Doesn't look like on much volume though. Yes, very little volume. I mean, overall, the IPO has had extremely light volume. I thought it'd be a little bit higher volume, but I was proven incorrect. We ran a poll earlier in stream on Twitch and not on YouTube. I apologize for those YouTube viewers about where they think the stock is going to close. If it's higher, if it's below or over $9, and the majority said below $9. So we'll see if all you guys are right out there. It looks to me as if the guys that took him public, B.R. Riley, have firm orders to support the stock at $9. So it'll be tough to go and see it close below. And that's a standard practice on IPOs, by the way. For those of you that do not know, when a company goes public via an IPO with their investment banks, they typically have a price to defend it at, and they set aside some money for it. Where the investment banks will go in, start supporting the stock at a set price, and in my case, I think it's $9 for FaZe. They sold about that. This article had it had the exact number. I think they only sold 33% of the company. That's why the float is also so low. Yeah, with the current deal, stockholders continue to own 77% of the company. So they only sold off about 23% of the company. That's why beforehand they had about let me go here. They had 8.6 million shares. On CNBC, they said they had 22 million shares outstanding. 22.08 mil shares outstanding. So they only sold like I said 23-ish% of the company to the public float. Smart. It's actually pretty smart to go and do that to keep some stock off the table. You don't want it'd be super easy to buy this company out if they put out more stock. They want to try and maintain control. Overpriced. That's in the eye of the beholder. I would agree with you. I think it's a little rich in valuation. But it's a public company that just went, a private company that just went public, typically speaking. Private valuations are always higher. And you'll probably see it correct. Just like BuzzFeed launched at like a $2 billion valuation or something like that when they SPAC'd, and then they corrected down over the past year that they've been public, and it happens, and that's the market for you. You'll go and say it's overpriced. Others will go and say it's undervalued, and that makes the market. But Amp, dude, that's what makes the market. You think it's overpriced. Some people think it's underpriced. That's what makes the market, my man. And that's why it's always interesting to go and that's why it's interesting to go and see the stock price to see who's going to win out over time, whose opinion shines.
And that's what we're here. That's what we're here for. That ever encompassing battle between the two sides. I'm surprised CNBC hasn't done anything on it. They've written an article about it, but that's about it. Let's double check, see if there's any other news. Oh, we're coming back into that. Coming back to the $9 line, ladies and gentlemen. Back at the $9 line. The harshly, epically defended $9 line. The line of demarcation, we could go and say. The majority of you guys over in the Twitch chat went and voted that it's going to close under $9. So we have about almost 2.5 hours left of trading. So we'll see. And then it shoots back up to 9.10. It does feel like $9 is the is kind of the broker's defend line. Because every single time it flirts up, you get some buy orders coming. And on a thinly traded stock like this, it takes little to no capital to move it. Yeah, only 600,000 shares. So, you know, a buy or sell of like 600 grand. I mean, of like 1,000 shares is not like. What do you mean? What's up between them? Are you asking about how the SPAC process goes? Because I can comment on that. I can explain that for you. If you so desire. Oh, got it. Got it. So, B. Riley and FaZe entered in what's known as a SPAC agreement. Oh, yeah. My friend Jay, is a global macro trader based in India. Him and I talk quite a bit. So yeah, I understand what you mean. So it's not your traditional IPO. It's a SPAC. And essentially the SPAC process goes a little something like this. A SPAC is essentially just a pool of money that becomes publicly listed that hunts for a purchase of a company to then convert to be public. So typically it can be any size SPAC. normally a couple $100 million, 200 to $500 million range. And while that pool of money is searching for an acquisition, it's invested in essentially a money market fund, so it earns a little bit of interest because it's just a pile of cash. It's a publicly traded pile of cash until they find a merger target. So in the case of B. Riley and FaZe, B. Riley approached FaZe and to go and take them public. So they contribute money in the efforts of getting them to the public markets. Now, a lot of investment banks do this, like B. Riley is an investment bank here in the US, because you tie together a whole bunch of fees for the company that you're IPOing. Not only can you go in, you can, loans, for instance, issuing securities, so bonds or stock, and you get paid to go and list the company. It's a very lucrative deal for the investment bank. So FaZe agreed to sell, as we now know, about 23% of the company to B. Riley SPAC Group. The SPAC Group spent the money in its kind of cash holdings to acquire that stock. And then, because it's already on the public market, just kind of changed the name of the ticker. And that's how it kind of worked. So on one hand, B. Riley is the prime securities offerer for FaZe. So if FaZe ever does debt offerings or an equity offering, B. Riley will be the one to go and do it, because under typically a SPAC agreement with an investment bank, they go and say, hey, we'll be your banker for everything in exchange for taking you public. For a normal IPO, it works differently, where a big company will go and spread it around. They'll hire anywhere from 2 to 7 investment banks to manage the IPO and all the other securities that they may offer. But for SPACs, it's very concentrated. So B. Riley will be the securities banker and banker for FaZe. They've already, as a part of the agreement for the SPAC, when it gave them a $20 million bridge loan in March. In exchange, like I said, that's part of the deal is, we take you public because we got the cash to go and do it, and you continue to go and pay us a lot of fees on when it comes to financing your company. So if FaZe needs money for a loan or something like that, they go to B. Riley. Yeah. So typically a SPAC, like there's a SPAC done by Liberty Media Group, which owns the Atlanta Braves, Formula One, and a bunch of other assets. They have a SPAC that went public last year and doesn't have a target yet, so they've stayed flat. So when we look at B. Riley, right, it stays about $10 because that's about the par value of the cash that they have in the entity. And then what happens is when they announce, like this is when they announced that FaZe was their target, it goes up, kind of settles back down, wait for the merger agreement to go through. Again, it's just a pile of cash at this point, no firm commitments. We got the firm commitment, and then the announcement of when the IPO is going to be. So that's essentially how it works. All SPACs are just a big pile of money, right up until they find a target to take public. It's a little confusing. It's not your typical a company, goes to a bank, goes to a couple banks, and they help them, list on the New York Stock Exchange. It's a very kind of weird system. So I understand that's confusing for some people. And I'm oversimplifying a little bit because there are some other things that happen. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm glad I could clear that up for you. That's what I'm here for. That's the whole goal of today's stream. Talk about the company, talk about the financials, clear up things about SPACs and all that stuff. Yeah, Amp, glad I could go and clear that up for you. It's a very SPACs are extremely confusing. So in about an hour and a half, we have the CEO of FaZe. Going to be on Fox Business. So we'll go and watch that interview, as it seems it's going to be their exclusive. So they get to go and talk to him first. I mean, trading has been kind of boring other than the first hour. I mean, we've been kind of watching the the $9 line. That's about it. I think what's really going to move the stock is going to be once the CEO comes on at 3 p.m. Because that'll get some people in the institutions, and some retail investors interested. So that's really what's going to be fascinating to go and watch is when he comes on. See how see the reaction of the stock to it. There's like a perfect middle ground that I want here. Like, there we go. Again, I don't think we've had like really any volume. We've had, since I checked about 30 minutes ago, we've had like 5,000 shares move. That's like nothing. This is going to be such a low volume company. It's going to be kind of funny. And low volume stocks, for those of you that don't know, typically move quite violently when there's big orders. Because, at this point in time, 1,000 shares is $10,000, which for large institutions is not a lot of money. For big ETFs, money managers, they typically like to do orders in the millions of dollars in terms of total cost of the buy. So I mean, right now, if someone bought 100,000 shares, just $1 million worth of FaZe, it'd be about, it'd be a seventh of the total volume on the stock, and it'd probably jump right up. Low float companies of only 22 million shares outstanding normally don't attract big institutional investors, or if they do, they have to buy so little of it because any large order will affect the stock price. Like, look, 1,000 share block I think just went through, and it went up a good 4 or 5 cents. and you'll see that. It's gonna be a very low volume retail trader driven stock, and by retail I mean small investors, things of that nature. So trading will be extremely volatile for the stock going forward, but you never know. It is what it is. I'm very excited in the next hour and a half to go and watch the CEO of FaZe Clan on Fox Business. Go and see his interview. See how he talks to the press, the financial community, and potential investors. This Twitter feed is ridiculous right now. CNBC is extremely focused on the Tesla earnings coming out after the bell. I can understand why. Everyone wants to go and hear. Everyone wants to go and hear Elon Musk on there because everything is going on with Twitter. But overall, kind of quiet day in the markets. Nasdaq up 1.5%. I mean, was up a little bit more. Kind of quiet day. Very quiet day in the markets. What should have been very nice for FaZe to come public in, but as I mentioned, probably some of the action in yesterday's trading probably affected it today. Super low volume. It's going to be a low volume stock. Any person shorting this thing is probably making a mistake because the borrow cost is just going to be so high. Like, look, this guy right here on the Twitter feed bought $3,000, 3,000 shares, so about $2,100 worth of stock. No, $21,000 worth of stock. Another guy posting that he bought $100 worth of stock, so 10 shares. And this is going to be a big kind of, I think a lot of people were expecting it to be more of a meme stock at the beginning, just because you're going to get a lot of this stuff with the brand that they have. But overall, it's, one of those things. I've had some people reach out to me, some analysts I know, asking me what my thoughts are on the stock, so I've been replying to those. But most people see it as just another SPAC that's kind of a piece of shit company. Their opinion, not mine. I don't see too bright of a future for the price action. It's certainly challenged in the coming year, but we'll find out, because like I said, they report earnings here in a couple weeks, and that'll be our first real tell to go and see how it is. And we get an update on the financials, which will be super key. Once again, thank you guys for coming out to the stream today, whether it was on YouTube or Twitch. You just kind of passed by, or you had some discussion with me in the chat. I been loving the conversation that we've been having about how FaZe makes money, some of the misconceptions, some opinions on how the company's going to go and do. I've enjoyed it. Also talked a lot today about the IPO process, the SPAC process, things of that nature. Sorry guys, I'm back. Just went to the bathroom real quick. How's everyone doing out there? We're waiting kind of until 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, when FaZe CEO Lee will be up on Fox Business News, and we're going to go and tune into that. We're going to go and tune into that interview to go and see what his first public appearance as a CEO of a public company will be. It's going to be very interesting to go and see. Also, kind of how he has to go and explain what FaZe does to the investing community. So that'll be very interesting to go and watch. We've also been kind of focusing in and out on what I've kind of dubbed the $9 line, which is where it appears that a bunch where some of the investment bank that did FaZe's SPAC deal is kind of holding the line for them. Now that is completely illegal for them to go and do on IPO day. It's also in their agreement that they kind of hold the line at a predetermined price. I am been streaming pretty much all day. Going to be streaming for the entirety of the market hours. And if you guys have any questions on how FaZe makes money, any of their financials, let me know. And I'll be more than happy to go in, talk to any. I'll be and talk to anything regarding those. So any questions on finances of FaZe Clan, how an IPO works, how a SPAC works, anything like that. More than happy to discuss. More than happy to go in and talk to you guys about those things. So if you're on the YouTube chat, if you're on the Twitch chat, send in your questions and or any type of topics you want to go and discuss, and I'll be more than happy to go and do that. I've had CNBC on in this corner over here just to go and see if they cover FaZe at all. Maybe some analysts come on and talk about it. It's such a small IPO that it seems like not too many people are going to be up on it, but you know, keep the check on it. Not a whole lot of news I've seen come across any of the news wires that I follow. And yeah, it's kind of been a lackluster trading day for them. Down 30% on their IPO day, something they probably didn't want to happen. But you never know on your IPO day. That's just how it goes. And once again, it looks like we may start flirting with the $9 line. This is the line that my Twitch chat one said FaZe was going to go and close underneath $9 today at the end of trading. Now, of course, Lee, I believe it's, how do you pronounce his last name? It's Trink. I know his first name is Lee. Trink, T-R-I-N-K, Trink, is going on, like I said, Fox Business News here at 3 p.m. Eastern. We're going to tune into that to go and see, how he communicates to the business and investing world, because FaZe is kind of a weird thing to describe to people as an investment case, because most people business. But no, we'll go and see, how he does. It'll be extremely interesting. Oh, I forgot. I have all these things set up in my model for when I actually want to go in and model out the company once we get some more data. Oh, wow. The NVIDIA plugin for this mic actually works pretty well. Sorry guys, I turned on my AC. It's getting extremely warm in here. So let the room cool down a little bit. It is hot and steamy where I am here in the United States. Stamford, Connecticut, over on the East Coast. Actually, not too far away from New York City, where FaZe Clan went public today at the NASDAQ. I've actually been to the NASDAQ. I've been inside the NASDAQ on a couple of occasions. When I went there for an interview with CNBC, fun time there. I've also been on the New York Stock Exchange floor. So yeah, I mean, I've also got the Twitter feed up for the FaZe Clan. I got the Twitter feed up here for the FaZe Clan. What they call cash tag on Twitter, which is $sign in front of the symbol, gets you to go in, tag it, kind of like a hashtag. To go and see some of the chatter that's been going on with it. A lot of people expressing both sides of the coin, as you would expect with a typical IPO. Yes, it should be going down. No, buy the dip. Those types of reactions. So, yeah, it's been very interesting to watch so far. Kind of, other than the initial kind of trading halt and decline, been kind of a pretty flat day for it. Kind of bumping along, but that's kind of how it goes sometimes with the IPOs. You get big moves either at the end of trading or the beginning of trading, and they kind of settle down. And of course, as I mentioned a couple of times, their CEO will be going on Fox Business News here in about an hour and 10 minutes. And we're going to tune into that to go and see what he has to go and say, and how he goes and speaks to the Wall Street investor community and business community for kind of the first time as a public CEO. Be listening carefully to what he says, because it's kind of his pitch to the world, to the investing world, that is. And we are closely getting back to that $9 line. I'm just checking around also to go and see if there's any major news for it, any interviews that have popped up, anything that anyone said. And every time it hits close to that $9 line, it just pops right back up. Either I've had my theories on why that is. I won't discuss it too much more. Bore you guys. It's very interesting also to go and see, because I got the Twitter feed up, some people's differing perspectives on this name. Some people, it's the future of gaming. Other people, it's a bet on content creators and the creator economy. Other people kind of view it in a different light. So it's been very interesting. It's always interesting to go and see how different people view a stock. It's my favorite thing about being in the finance world, is that kind of give and take throughout the community. Once again, thank you guys for if you've tuned in recently or throughout the day. Appreciate it. Also going to be doing these types of streams for their earnings results, which apparently is in August 15th. fact, I'm gonna go open up another Yahoo Finance page over here, and double check that. Just so I'm not giving you guys misleading information. Excuse me. Yeah, earnings date not announced. It's the B. Riley vehicle has their earnings date on the 25th. Yeah, it's been very quiet today for FaZe. No, other than the initial kind of like hubbub about them being a public company, it's been extremely quiet. So it's been rather interesting to watch, though. But interesting nonetheless. Again, it's been kind of floating along this $9 line for the best part of a couple of days now. For a couple hours. Just kind of hovering there, bouncing back and forth. The real test is going to be again when the CEO comes on Fox Business News, I should say, in about an hour. We'll see how the reaction is. I might also be talking to an esports reporter who saw some of my tweets about FaZe Clan stock and talking to him. So that could be very fun to go and do. Oh, we're back to the $9 line. Close to the $9 line. turn off my AC. I think I'm getting a little chilly now. All right, once again, approaching the $9 line for FaZe Clan. The kind of line that hasn't breached today, really. I believe it's where the market makers are kind of holding it out, which is, again, totally legal. I've explained this a bunch on the stream. And if you guys have any questions about the IPO process, how FaZe makes money, or just want to discuss the business that FaZe Clan is in, please feel free to, reach out, chat. Can DM me on Twitter if you want to. No, that's what we're here for today. We're here to watch. We're here to discuss. We're here to gain more information on the company and debate, a little bit of debate. I want to see if they can go and get to 1 million shares traded today. It feels like very light volume for a SPAC IPO. I could be wrong in that though. I have friends that are SPAC investment bankers, so maybe they can tell me what a typical volume is. And like I mentioned before, we've got in about an hour. We got that interview of FaZe's CEO for his first interview as a public CEO on kind of a business television site. I've seen some small web interviews that he's done today. Nothing to the degree or exposure that a Fox business can go and deliver to them. Oh, that neck crack felt good. And once again, the $9 line is not breached. It's just been banging against it all day today. Someone just actually had a good point here on the Twitter feed. I genuinely don't know. Don't know. Does FaZe offer anything? Like, is it just a content and merchandise, meaning it's basically an extremely niche clothing company? They kind of hit the nail on the head. But again, guys, if you have any thoughts, any questions on the IPO price, on the IPO process, on SPACs, on how FaZe makes money, the business of FaZe, please let me know, and I can go and answer those to the best of my abilities. I've been doing so all today, pretty much, across both YouTube and Twitch, doing a little multi-stream today, because it is kind of an exciting day in finance. IPO days are always fun. Throughout my career, I've covered a bunch of IPOs through my various jobs at different firms, such as I remember the Bumble IPO very distinctly. I remember BuzzFeed that day was kind of crazy. And yeah, IPO days are always exciting. It's a lot of action. Probably because FaZe is such a smaller company at only $200 million market cap. It's got less volume, but still exciting nonetheless. It's a new company. Well, not a new company, but a new stock on the market. Yeah, unfortunately, it's down almost 31% today. And again, the $9 line we're swiftly approaching. Will be vehemently defended or not. I'll look at the overall markets today. NASDAQ up 1.2%. S&P up 0.2%. Decent day for tech given the Netflix earnings last night. Bitcoin up, yen up. Communications being the #1 sector today, mostly due to Netflix. But so far, from what I've seen on social media for the reactions to this IPO, it's a lot of shit talking. A lot of shit talking. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Oops. I guess I shouldn't be surprised at that, given the fan base of FaZe, or the anti-fan base of FaZe. Of course, it will draw a bunch of attention. We got that interview here in a little under an hour, but we'll swap off from CNBC and go to Fox Business News for the CEO's exclusive interview. When that happens, right before it, I'll just go use the restroom, come back, and we'll tune in and we'll do a side by side. We'll take CNBC off and we'll go and put the stock here and the CEO's interview right here, and watch and observe and see what the stock reaction price is, because I bet for a lot of people out there on the institutional side of finance in Wall Street, they've never heard of this stock before. It's just another SPAC. Most people I've talked to in the past kind of month leading up to the IPO know very little about it, and I guarantee you, other than B. Riley, who is the investment banker behind the IPO, very little big Wall Street analysts will go and write on it as well, which is typically how people learn about these stocks. And if someone's not writing on it on the sell side, they go a little bit under the radar. And it is a small cap company. It's a very small cap company. So I expect when they report earnings, which I think will be next month, I believe, probably very little people on the earnings conference call. I'm going to try and be in there. Dial in. I'll probably do a stream for the FaZe earnings call. Dial in there. Hopefully I can go and answer a question or two. Or maybe we can go and crowdsource some questions for them. It would be very interesting. I have a couple questions I'd want to go and ask the CEO. And then hopefully maybe some of those questions will be answered here when he does the interview on Fox Business News, and we'll tune into that. But if I were to be on the earnings call, there are a couple things I'd want to go and ask is, obviously they're investing a lot into the future. They have an extremely rough net income margin. When do they pivot to more margin accretive businesses rather than some of the businesses that they're now? Esports doesn't make them pretty much any money, and their main sources of revenue, I'll pull it up for you guys. Their main sources of revenue are actually brand sponsorships and content. And currently they have about 12 big brand sponsorships, averaging about $2 million a year from those contracts. So, and they're trying to reduce their reliance on esports. So that goes from 10% of revenue probably down to closer to 5%. So is that, with the revenue mix, are they going to be relying more on branded content, brand sponsorships and content, or consumer products? And how is that? I know they've mentioned in this fantastic CNBC article, they mentioned that they want to go and move into, gambling with DraftKings, which is kind of a tough move to do, depending on how they go and do it, because of all the legislation and the laws around gambling here in the United States. And delivery-only dining, so kind of the Mr. Beast Burger, where you hire kitchens around the country to make your food and have it only be delivered. That way you don't have a kind of a restaurant presence, because those cost a lot of money to run and operate. That, and also the play-to-earn gaming, which allows streamers to be paid. I don't even know what that means. Pay-to-earn gaming. So what if I go and that makes me think of mobile games with ads in them? That's the only way how that kind of works out. And if so, how do they make money on that? Because they have to have ads on there, sell the ads, etc. Only really works. That type of game only really works if you can go and maintain a large player base and a large viewership base, or else why would a company want us to go and spend ad dollars on you? But yeah, so far IPO has been extremely underwhelming, holding that $9 line vehemently. I would imagine it's the investment bankers holding the line there, trade department going and putting the capital to work for that. But yeah, it's been the big thing today is here in about 50 minutes. CEO of the company is going to be on Fox Business News. Doing his first interview as a public CEO on a big news network. Need FaZe to go to the moon. I assume BR over there on the YouTube chat that you bought the IPO, or maybe you bought the SPAC before it went public. You need your Lambo, dude. Where's my Lambo? It's gonna be tough for them to go to the moon, to be honest. I don't see a bright future in terms of the stock. But I hope it works out for you. But for the record, everyone, I do not plan on buying, shorting. I don't plan on having a position in FaZe Clan regardless of the side. I'm strictly going to be doing this company for analytical work. BR, yeah. All good, homie. All good. I mean, I don't see a particularly bright future for the stock. Again, I don't plan on, since I'm going to be doing a lot of public commentary on this one, to hold a position in it. I feel like that's one. It's kind of on the legals. It's kind of weird. Can't do that. But no, it's a company that's got a tough road ahead. It really does. I am extremely interested on how they plan on increasing revenue, especially since some of the ways they want to do it are extremely confusing. Pivot to eating is kind of weird. Oh no, BR absolutely. Over there in the YouTube chat, some of my favorite. I've had some people come in here and say, so I've said it's not a very good company, financially speaking, and as a stock. Doesn't mean I don't like a bunch of the creators. Some of the guys in FaZe are my favorite creators, and it's fantastic that they have gone public. It paves the way for a bunch of other esports teams and esports companies to go public as well. And it's very cool to see kind of a group of people just start trick-shotting YouTube channel into a public company. It's very cool. It's very impressive. I don't think it should be a public company based off of the financials, but that's of course open for debate. It's certainly been a tough day of trading for them, but we'll see here in about 48 minutes what the CEO says on Fox Business News. We'll tune into that. I've had CNBC playing over here on mute just to go and see in case there's a news flash on it. If anyone comes on and says if they talk about the stock or anything like that. But seeing as Fox Business News will have the exclusive first interview on it, I doubt it. That to me is the biggest risk for the stock, in all honesty. It's tough. Yo, Money Boss, what's good? How's the day been? The toughest part for this stock is really do the creators trip over themselves, because FaZe relies so much on their creators for all their revenue. I brought this up a bunch in the stream. If you haven't been here before in the stream, how FaZe makes money is essentially two big ways. 47% of it is brand partnerships. Your Ghost Energy, your Scuff Gaming, and all that stuff like that. Content. This is all through kind of their creators, and how they make money from that. Essentially, is their total social reach. This is in million. This is in thousands, so these are millions. So 116 million YouTube subscribers. How that's broken down then is only 8.7 million are directly subscribed to the FaZe channel, and then 106 million are those kind of FaZe co-branded channels. So that's name your favorite FaZe creator: FaZe, Rug, Rain, Jev, Dirty. To BR's point in the YouTube chat, the drama behind them, if there does come, a FaZe creator does kind of stumble and misfire, and if they get kicked, this YouTube subscriber number goes down, and so does the content revenue, which at 16 million a year and 30% of their revenue is a big deal. I agree. BR FaZe Jev is personally probably my favorite YouTube creator out there. Money Boss, dude, back. You made a couple trades today. You're sitting there on the trading desk doing it, whipping around the markets. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. I've just been watching one stock all today. I've just been talking with chat, been discussing the business of FaZe, outlook for the company, and watching the stock price, where you can pretty much tell BR Riley's doing their best to get it to keep it above $9. Oh yeah, I mean, I remember having to do all the administrative stuff. It's always rough. It's the stuff I hate, and you try and automate the best that you can. But it's been extremely interesting all throughout trading to go and see where the investor support is, where the book runner support is for the stock. I'm just gonna have it. It's you can certainly buy if you want to. BR over there in the YouTube chat. I find it tough when I look at the financials, when I do some basic comp analysis, comparative analysis to different companies. I find it tough. They're still young, so they have a long road. I think you may have a better spot to buy in 6 months if you're really looking for the long term. I think eventually they'll go and get bought out, though. They're probably going to get bought out by someone. They deserve. They should be a private company. Of course, as I've noticed from being live all today throughout the trading hours, the retail investor base is so strong on this name that it could, it could be a very volatile stock. It's almost like a meme stock. I say almost. I've been asked a bunch today. Do I think it's going to become a meme stock? I'm not sure. It'll be interesting to see how the whole thing progresses. Money Boss, were you here earlier when I went over some of the financials? Oh boy, do you want to take a peek? Take a look. Ignore the DVOs because it's my template and I just put a bunch of the financials in. How do you like that? How do you like that G&A expense? Now remember, this is essentially a company that gets revenue from YouTube CPMs, brand partnerships, which you would think brand partnerships have, a super high margin rate. Yeah. That's what's tough about the name. Their G&A cost is insane. I know they are still kind of a young-ish company. They didn't really become like a serious company until 4 years ago in 2018, where the current CEO kind of became CEO. But I imagine on their first earnings call, this will be a big one. Of it's cool that you want to try and expand outside, your revenue lines, but how do you plan on, getting that G&A down? Because most of the time in the media space and most mature companies, G&A is about in the 15% range of gross profit. And I mean, when your G&A is almost as much as your COGS, it's tough. It's tough. And they also have a super low ARPU rate. I mean, when I go down here, I would imagine content is probably 10% margins, because the contracts that they publicly displayed, especially during the Tfue situation, was they take about 10% of revenue from the creator that they sign. So that's probably about a 10% margin. Brand partnerships, I would say, is probably 50%. If I had to go and just put a wild guess on there. Esports, consumer products, probably mid-teens to low 20s, depending on like what their comp is for their clothing. And then esports, I would imagine, is at the best case scenario break even, which kind of goes and gets you that 20% gross margin rate is tough. That's tough. That's like a mining company, like a gold mining company. Levels of hair thin margins. And some of the ways that they want to go and expand are, little buy action. Some of the ways that they want to go and expand are gambling partnerships with DraftKings. They want to do like the whole Mr. Beast burger thing where it's a ghost kitchen where they kind of contract out people to go and make food and have it only on like Uber Eats or DoorDash or whatever. And I could see that that's a branded partnership that they go and do, right? They go and make a partnership with DoorDash or Uber Eats, etc. and launch that. But that's restaurant margins. Those are tough. From all I've seen, from all the ways that they want their growth prospects, it's all very half decent on revenue. Terrible margins. Terrible margins. Just absolutely atrocious margins. And keep in mind, it's a $200 million market cap stock. So very little institutional investor ownership is going to be had. They've only gone to release 23% of the company to public float. And that's about apparently 22 million shares. You will have almost no institutional ownership of this, and it's a small cap. So it's tough. It's tough out there. But Money Boss, dude, when I was first going through the financials, I had the same thing that you did. I was like, oh my lordy, huge yikes on these financials. And it looks like it's super low volume too on all this buying. It really is, because when I go and tell you kind of what they go and do, yeah, it's low volume. About an hour ago, it was at 600,000 shares. If I go and tell you, I completely agree, especially on the margin front. I expect all young companies like FaZe and new IPOs to have high cost. But you know, if I go and tell you, hey, they make most of their money from branded deals, and fees from, and kind of revenue from their creators, right? YouTube CPMs. You'd think it'd be a little bit higher of gross margins, but it's not. Like I said, from the contracts that I've seen that have been publicly released, they only make about 10% of whatever the socials of the revenue that the creators make. So already right there, it's kind of the inverse of a record company, which I think is the best comp in terms of businesses, because record companies take, you know, about, they do the opposite. They take about 80% of the revenue from a creator. Oh no, I mean, it's only 22 million shares. I mean, I spend most of my time in doing large cap companies, so it's going to be super volatile. That's one of the things. And when most of their fan base, as you went and said correctly, their BR in the YouTube chat, is their fan base is small, and I actually expect it to kind of really pop today, because I expected most of their fan base to want to go and do the, you know, co-owner of FaZe in a Twitter bio or a Twitch bio, because they can buy a, you know, currently they can spend $1,000 to own 100 shares. But Money Boss, yeah, you'd assume that their margins would be higher, but when you kind of break down each individual revenue line item, it's tough. It's really tough. Right? If this is a, like I said, 10% margin business, maybe, probably 50%, maybe. Low teens, high teens, zero, other God knows what that will be. It's tough. It's tough. And I mean, if you can go and if they can figure out just how to go and reduce some of those kind of corporate level costs, they can maybe make some money, maybe make some net income. Guys, we're almost 30 minutes away from that Fox Business News interview with Lee Trink, the CEO of FaZe. So we're going to tune to that instead of having CNBC. We're going to do like a side by side, the stock and the CEO. BR, you can take a loan out and fade it if you want. The short borrow rate for these kind of small float companies is extremely tough. Options is going to be your more effective way to do that if you decide to go that route. The Money Boss, they tried. And here I'll show you. The deal was originally announced November of last year, and it's just bad timing, really. They tried to go and do it, but they couldn't go and get it done. Yeah, they tried to do. The deal was announced last kind of November, end of October, and it's tough for them. To me, it's all human capital risk too. But no, it's a tough market for them to go and do it in. Incredibly tough market. But I imagine they had pressure from B.R. Riley to go and get it done. And last month they had their whole phase in like May. They had their whole phase 1 competition. So I think they were trying to build up some hype to the IPO, kind of show, because phase 1 was kind of their whole. We're kind of going. Make this our own branded content, kind of a reality TV show type thing, and then chop it down into 30-minute YouTube videos as like their own content. So I can see why they were trying to go and do that, to also kind of show investors, hey, we can go and do this, kind of make our own content and not rely solely on creators. But really didn't work out too well. BR, you didn't like the whole phase 1 reality TV show competition? They shouldn't have live streamed the entire thing. It should have been live streamed for a couple parts and not just the entire time. I have a YouTube video reacting to Ludwig saying FaZe is going bankrupt, clickbait title, about how kind of flaunder that was. But I could see what they're trying to do, though, right? They're trying to go and show potential investors, hey, and also because remember, it's not just their fan base anymore; it's investors. Hey, we can go and look. We can make our own content. That's something that a lot of FaZe fans are going to have to go and remember. Some of the moves that they're doing isn't just, the old like FaZe House videos. Like they got to show that they're moving forward, because you can't sustain a business in the way that they are trying to by making FaZe House New York videos again, or the LA ones, and all that stuff like that. They gotta branch out into their own kind of scripted content almost. It's tough. It's a tough pivot to make. It's very similar to Netflix, right? Licensing a lot of content in the beginning and then developing their own content. Same type of deal. And that was their attempt at it. Did it backfire? I would say yes. But kudos to them for trying. BR in the YouTube chat. Yeah, I wish them the best too. Like I said, I'm not going to buy or sell or have a stake in any way in the company since I'm doing a lot of content around them. And speaking to you guys like this because I think it's kind of bad to hold a position in it and try and be objective. But I agree. I wish them the best. Like I said, a lot of my favorite creators. I was watching FaZe Dirty stream last night. But there's always the separation of, especially now since they're public, the creators and all that stuff like that, and them as like something that you like, and them as a business. There are two separate entities, and they eventually will collide in some way or another because of that. Guys, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, take a short little break. I'm gonna leave the screen up. I just won't be on camera, and come back, and we'll because the interview with the FaZe CEO will be here. Will be on in about less than 30 minutes. So I want to be here for that, for all the coverage, so we can go and watch what the FaZe CEO's first interview on as a public CEO is going to be about. Thanks for stopping by, watching, talking in the chat. Really been enjoying it. And if you guys have any questions or any topics you want me to explain, talk about the IPO process, the SPAC process, how FaZe makes money, just let me know and I'll answer those. All right, guys, I'm back. Stocks actually rallied quite a bit into the CEO's interview coming up here. It was fiercely defending the $9 line that we've been talking about kind of all day, and just kind of sprung back. While we were discussing kind of the differences between FaZe as a consumer company, consumer brand, and them as an actual company. And they're two very different things. I was clicking on FaZe Blaze's tweet because what a lot of people don't understand too is because they are now a lot of these content contributors and content creators for FaZe, like Blaze and others, are now employees of a publicly traded company, which has a lot of restrictions on them about things that you can and cannot talk about. These guys aren't going to be on their streams and on their YouTube channels talking about the stock. And if they are, it's got to be things about like, yeah, we went public, you know, it's great to like what BR was saying in the YouTube chat, which is, you know, it's crazy to see the growth and like how far we've come and stuff like that. They cannot be out there pumping the stock. That's illegal. And I will not be surprised if there is some issues that occur with that over the long run. It's almost inevitable that someone will say something and it'll be an issue. Yeah, someone will do it. And there are consequences, big legal consequences. They got to really watch themselves. And that comes back to my whole thing on the human capital risk of if someone says something, FaZe has to do a couple things. They either have to suspend them or they have to let them go off the team, because no one creator is worth the legal backlash of this. And if they do go and let someone go, as I mentioned, those YouTube subscribers go away, and those Twitch subscribers and all that, and that means revenue goes down. So I am very confident that they probably, in the lead up to this IPO, had various HR and legal discussions with creators. I am supremely confident in that. When I worked for a public company, I had very strict guidelines I had to be a part of. When you can and cannot buy the stock, when you can and cannot sell the stock, things you can say, things you can't say. It is governed by the SEC, and which has severe legal ramifications. If there's a deal coming their way, they can't talk about that type of stuff. They can't leak things. For instance, here's a hypothetical situation, right? I remember when one guy on Optic went in, was like watching, you know, the videos when like Teep got re-signed to the Warzone team and all that stuff like that, and Bobby, and they're like, oh, wait for the Z Laner one, and it's like, did you just leak that? Oh, he let it slip, right? Which for most esports orgs because they're private, doesn't matter, right? It's embarrassing, but once the clip gets taken and posted on Twitter, think about that for a big creator moving to FaZe, or they sign an athlete or something like that. That now has actual financial repercussions. You know, they accidentally leak who's joining next, and the stock moves. because someone posts a clip, they go on Robinhood or their preferred trading platform and they buy the stock because of it, and the stock jumps. And as I've mentioned a number of times on the stream, it's a thinly traded stock, 22 million shares. So that could have big market implications very fast. And that's just a hypothetical situation, but one that I could see happening. And then what do you do from FaZe's perspective with that creator? So that's something that needs to be considered as well. Because for the most part, their creators are 18 to 30-year-olds. I'm 26. And, you know, it's one of those things where something could happen. So that's something that, like I mentioned, that's something that's going to be that has to be taken into consideration. I'm powering on the Fox Business stream. I'll just minimize that because the as I mentioned, the CEO of FaZe will be coming on, and we'll go and listen to that. Once again, thank you guys for stopping by the stream. It's been a load of fun so far. It's been a lot of fun so far, and you know, I appreciate you guys stopping by, asking questions, talking about business of FaZe Clan, especially today since they IPO'd. It's been a lot of fun. Man, Fox Business has a lot of commercials. I mean, they're close to the top of the hour, too. I'm also just scanning Twitter right now to see if anyone said anything. It's just all commercials so far. Jesus. Guys, again, we're just waiting in the next 12 minutes or so. FaZe CEO will be on Fox Business. So we will want to go and watch that interview, as it is, again, his first interview being a CEO of a public company. Should be interesting. Stock will most likely react to it. So, and it'll be in the final kind of hour of trading. So, we may kind of push the stream until 5 p.m. Eastern time, see if he goes on any of the post-market shows as well on CNBC. Money Boss, it depends. Today it's been actually pretty heavy on both. For a typical stream, on it's most likely Twitch. Like if I'm comparing this stream to the Warzone stream where I streamed Season 3 launch, probably Twitch, but YouTube, more long-lasting engagement, not on live streams. YouTube live streams are incredibly hard to find versus Twitch. And if there's more people watching on Twitch, it goes up the leaderboard. It becomes more recommended. However, on YouTube, it has longer lasting impressions because it becomes a VOD. I'd say I'd have to look at the numbers afterwards, but I'd probably say for this one, it's probably been more heavy on Twitch, but it's about the same today. That's why I typically do the multi-streams if it's a big event, or to test out if a or to test out like if I have a short that's kind of popping off, I'll go do a YouTube live stream for like the same like Warzone stream to go and see how it does. But primarily, probably more engagements on Twitch for live streams, that is. For VOD and clips, it's YouTube all the way. Davin in the YouTube chat. I don't plan on making any trades in FaZe either way, because I'm here to go and provide financial commentary, analysis, and opinions. But I don't plan on. It's wrong to go and say to talk to you guys in earnest and try and make money in it behind your back. If I do have a position in stock, I do declare it though. Like I've talked about Formula One before. I own stock in Formula One. But because I'm out here talking about the business of FaZe and giving my opinion in this matter, I've decided not to go and make any trades. I can give you my opinion on the stock, though. It's not financial advice, of course, but I can give you my opinion. And there's been people in chat today, both Twitch and YouTube, that have gone and said, "Hey, I plan on doing this trade," and I've given them advice on how to better structure it, such as a flat short versus buying puts, or if you want to be long the stock, maybe the warrants are better. My thoughts are, and I may have to be cut short here because at 3 p.m. the FaZe CEO is doing an interview with Fox Business, so we're going to want to watch that. My opinion is that the stock is not going to be. It's probably going to decline. I did some quick analysis comparing it to a comparative stock, which would be Warner Music Group, because they're both in the same kind of industry. One's a record label, but they both kind of support creators and take a share of their profit, share of their earnings. And currently, at the market cap of $200 million for FaZe, yeah, I'm going to be live streaming the interview. At their current market cap of $200 million, if you do a price to sales multiple, price of their stock, all their stock, over their revenue, you get it at 3.8 times. For the same metric with Warner Music Group, you get 2.6 times. So if you apply the same multiple to FaZe, you end up getting a stock price for them at $6.35, which is significantly lower. So that's kind of where I'm basing mine at, because it's super hard to forecast out FaZe's revenue at the moment, seeing as they've only given us 2 years of financial history and barely any quarters. But just based on a quick back of the envelope comp analysis, comparative analysis, that's where I put a price target on the stock. That and a lot of the ways that they want to grow revenue are really hard, especially since they're not profitable. They need to increase their gross margins, which are only about 20%, which is really, really thin. It's more on the lines of a clothing company or even like a mining company or an industrial company, especially the fact that on their general and administration costs, so their costs to run the business, it's pretty much the same. It's almost as much as their revenue. It's really tough. So essentially, for every dollar they make in revenue, they lose about 36. For every dollar they kind of lose $3. It's really tough. It's a really tough business. It's a very, very tough business. And even if they grow revenue, it's the margins that are really going to affect them. But no, I will be live streaming the interview. I also view, and those of you that have been in the stream for a while will hear this. We'll hear this take a lot. Their human capital is their best asset and their biggest risk, because if they lose a creator, they also lose the revenue from that creator. To go and give you some metrics here, and this is in thousands, so 116 million YouTube subscribers. 8.7 of those, or roughly 8%, are directly to the FaZe YouTube channel. The remaining of those subscribers, 92%, are all of their co-branded, are are all their kind of creators. So call it FaZe Rug, FaZe Jev, your favorite FaZe, insert their name, creator. Someone like FaZe Rug, who has 30 million YouTube subscribers, makes up 30% of their co-branded channel subscribers. If he leaves forever for whatever reason, they lose about 30% of their co-branded channels, of their co-branded YouTube subscribers, which means they also get less revenue because they make about $6.45 from all of the content that they from all the content. And content is everything from predominantly YouTube has the highest revenue rate for them because CPMs are the highest. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. So out of all their social feeds, where they're getting the most money from is Twitch and YouTube because it comes from their creators. Twitch subs, YouTube ad revenue. So if they lose a creator, this number, their content revenue, will go down. Especially, was it Centered that got kicked? I think he had like 500,000 or 1 million YouTube subscribers. They lose that. So next quarter, this will be less, unless their creators their creators outgrew the loss. So think about it like this also. If FaZe Jev leaves for whatever reason, hypothetical here, instead of almost 107 million subscribers on their co-branded channels, it'll now be 101 million, which also means that they're going to go and take a hit to revenue. So that's their biggest risk is human capital, is FaZe creators being stupid. There's also the legal ramifications of what happens if one says something that they're not supposed to because they're a publicly traded company now. They're all employees of a publicly traded company. That's a big risk as well, because when you're a publicly traded company, you can't say certain things. Their streamers and their content creators cannot go out there and pump the stock. That's illegal. So their biggest risk is their content creators, which is what their entire brand is about, is their content creators. So that's why I find it, what's a SPAC? A SPAC is essentially a pile of money that is used to buy a portion of another company and then offer it to the public market. So for FaZe, B.R. Riley bought 23% of the company, or about 22 million shares, purchased it, and then made it a public company. So only 23% of FaZe is actually public. 77% of it is all still held by the founders, co-creators, etc. So all a SPAC is just a big pile of money used to make a company, to get a company public. Fundamentally, that's what it is. And for some reason, the Fox Business live stream went down. I'm trying to get it back up.
Is popping right now for the moment. We see that stock moving higher by about 5.8% as we kick off the final hour of trade. Just hitting the tape in the last 45 minutes, the Wall Street Journal reports the ride-hailing service is grabbing the company's structure Journal citing a staff memo that says Lyft is reorganizing global operations and
Louder volume.
regions and is also pulling the plug on its rental car business. Now,
Let me
as
know if
part
that's
of the
any
move,
better.
The Journal says the company's going to lay off about 60 employees, just under 2% of the staff, mainly in operations.
It's the interview's not on yet.
This afternoon is no doubt welcome, considering the stock's down about 66% year to date. All right, let's begin the show here. Fox Market Alert. Just a day after 491 of the S&P 500 stocks closed higher, stocks are continuing to head north. Take a look. We've got the S&P adding a decent number here at the moment. We do have it up.
She's
going to
go over the latest markets and then transition over to the interview.
The NASDAQ at the moment, we do have that up about 172 points. Touch and go for the Dow Jones Industrials, red and green. Now, we've got tech, consumer, discretionary, and energy providing leadership here. But near the top of the S&P, ironically, it's NASDAQ, the company that's at the top. Shares of the exchange popping 6.5%. Beaten only by Generac and Netflix here. We've got Netflix at the moment up 6%. Netflix high up on both the NASDAQ and the S&P. We do have those shares moving higher with the old less is worse earnings report providing the propellant. The streamer lost just under 1 million subs, but that was fewer than the 2 million expected, thanks to season 4 of Stranger Things. And yes, we love Eddie and Steve. I'm kind of over Dustin, though. We are exactly 1 week away as well from the July Federal Reserve meeting announcement, when we will see, of course, just how much Fed Chair Jay Powell and his interest rate setting committee have decided to hike short-term rates. The 10-year yield right now back above 3% to 3.04 at the moment. And I think what's important here to note is that the dark cloud of dread appears to be lifting. Witness the VIX. This is Wall Street's fear gauge. Right now, it is down 2.6% at 23.84. That 23 handle brings the volatility index to its lowest level in 3 months. Why? Earnings are not as horrifying as investors thought they might be.
BR in the YouTube chat going and saying that if another Save the Kids type scandal happens, stock will be impacted. Absolutely, especially depending on who the creators are. Like I said, if they have a lot of YouTube subscribers, it will deeply impact the stock. You're absolutely right, though. And she's just talking about the market right now instead of, I'm sure the CEO is going to come up here in just a second. Because every time the top of the hour comes out, they got to go and do a market check and all that stuff like that. And then they go and discuss the market. And then they'll go and discuss with FaZe Clan's CEO.
Oil Associates President Andy Lipow and
I think what you saw with that whole scandal is because they were starting to do the process of talking to acquirers for the SPAC, they pretty much went and made sure that they kicked the guys out that were part of it immediately. Complete disavow. Because they have to. Because when they're shopping around, not just B.R. Riley at the time, probably other SPAC potential acquirers, when that pops up, they sit there to the CEO and go, "What is this going to happen again? How are you going to handle it? We can't have this happen." So I imagine the Fox News, the Fox Business person will not go and talk about it because it's supposed to be a happy-go-lucky day for them. But you're absolutely correct. That is a huge risk, BR. And he may only be on for a couple minutes. You're absolutely correct there, Davin. That's my thing as well. Yeah, SPAC hype and drop. That's typically what happens with SPACs. There was a There was a fantastic piece in the CNBC article all about FaZe Clan today that talked about, that showed this statistic of pretty much SPACs have declined about 50% from a year ago. All the companies that became SPACs. It absolutely will affect their content. It absolutely will affect their content, BR, and the YouTube chat. They can't nearly be as raunchy as before. Because think about it. Something happens and they don't edit it out. It's going to affect the stock. Once you're a public company, everything changes. But then again, because it's a big retail focused stock, you know, the hype squad may take over. It could defy conventional wisdom. But they will have to be a little bit more family friendly. They got to be careful what they produce. Could it go to the moon because of it? I mean, could. I'm never going to rule it out, but you never know. I don't worry, guys. I still have the the live stream up for the Fox Business thing. I'm just concerned that just because I had it up there for so long, I might get a content claim on YouTube. And the YouTube, I mean, Davin, you're absolutely correct, but you never know. I mean, you guys are absolutely correct. Could it fly to the moon? Yeah. But balance of probability says, you know, if they have a weird scandal, the balance of probability says that that won't happen. I mean, BR in the YouTube chat, to your point of imagine telling your kids to invest in FaZe in like 30 years. I mean, you never know what's going to go and happen. If you told them to go and buy, you know, Apple, same thing. You never know. That's the thing. I could be completely wrong in my thesis on my thesis of this. You know, instead of them kind of imploding in there and a lot of their revenue and potential margin improvement could actually happen. I could be wrong, but at the moment, I don't think I am wrong. I think I'm correct. But that's what makes the market. I mean, to the people that bought FaZe at $10, they definitely think it's going higher. You know, it's what makes the market. VR, you're absolutely correct. Anyone that joins FaZe now, one will have stock options potentially, and it will be more difficult. It's just how it is. You gotta agree to be joining a public company, and some people won't like that. Some people won't like that because there's a lot more legal requirements, things you can and cannot do, things you can and cannot say. It complicates things immensely. You're under the microscope by a federal agency, the SEC. That's just how it is, though. However, if you're joining FaZe Clan and you get paid in stock, paid in some in stock at, call it $9, and ends up going to 12, it's a great deal for you.
This one, the Esports Goliath with 500 million Gen Z eyeballs just went public today via SPAC merger. It's called FaZe Clan. Check it.
Here we go.
To complete the reverse sweep.
Oh yeah, the gaming tournaments are big money. And a Fox Business exclusive, FaZe Clan CEO and founder Lee Trink is live in studio on how the gaming influencer company, the first of its kind to go public, plans to dominate the creator economy. You may not have heard of this company, but your kids certainly have. With the closing bell ringing in 48 minutes, Dow
There you
is
go.
up
After the break,
71 points.
he'll be on.
It's about 0.25%. NASDAQ.
Whoa, shit. Well, that's not good. Thank God it happened on the commercial break. Hopefully the stream didn't go down. I just got to reload everything real quick. So there's always the fun of live streaming. You never know what's going to happen. There we go. Everything's reloading. Didn't miss any price action. Are going to be just in time for the CEO interview. Stream is reloading for that. And they're on an ad. Sorry about that one, guys. FaZe is a fantastic entrepreneurial story. A couple guys made a YouTube channel around Call of Duty and made it into a public company. It's a fantastic story. And it's amazing that they did it. Again, will it be uber successful? Who knows? That is what we are all here to figure out. Is this my full-time job? Yes, I analyze stocks for a living. I've worked on a number of companies. And primarily music. I specialize in what's known as technology, media, and telecom. So that means internet stocks. I've worked a lot on like the dating companies. So Match Group, which owns Tinder and Hinge, Bumble. I've worked on music industries, so the record companies, as well as Spotify, Pandora. I've worked on sports companies, Atlanta Braves, Formula One. Everything Twitter to Twitter, Netflix, Disney. I've worked on a number of companies, Roblox. There's always a new stock. I'm a big gamer, and like gaming and streaming on Twitch is my hobby. So I thought going and doing, a bunch of live streams and a bunch of content around the FaZe Clan IPO was extremely fitting. So that's what I'm doing. Here we go.
Gen Z digital entertainment and esports phenomenon FaZe Clan debuting on the NASDAQ today via SPAC merger. Yeah, the stock right now not doing so well, down about 26.5%, but it was down more than 30% earlier. Now, the company, just listen to this, okay? It's valued at $725 million. It unveiled a new name, FaZe Holdings, ticker symbol, how perfect is this, FAZE. Well, FaZe hopes to attract investors by capitalizing on its incredible Hulk-sized Gen Z audience. More than 80% of its base ranges in age from 13 to 34 years old. FaZe's numbers, though, are adult-sized. It's amassed 500 million followers across its social media accounts and has secured hip-hop legend Snoop Dogg on its board of directors. That I gotta see, Snoop on, in a board meeting. Okay, joining me now in studio in a Fox Business exclusive, FaZe Holdings CEO Lee Trink. Have you had one of these board meetings where he's in there?
Not yet, but looking forward to it. Snoop is well versed in FaZe. The way he speaks about it is incredible to hear. So I look forward to those meetings.
Well, he's no dummy when it comes to business. He's done great things for his companies, and obviously that's important. But let's talk about FaZe.
Yep.
FaZe Clan, it is a teenage dream becoming reality because this was founded in 2010 by a bunch of teenage kids who just loved gaming.
And met on Xbox.
That's
kids
amazing.
Met in classic Gen Z digital native fashion, met on Xbox, didn't meet in person till later. Decided to forego sort of a traditional path of schooling and job. And made a decision and said, you know what, we're going to turn our passions into a career when nobody had done it before. And here we are.
And what they did was they went to YouTube and they went to social media and they started, so you guys know, they started showing stunts or trick shots while they're playing video games, and they got millions of views. I want our viewers, just so they can wrap their mind around it, because our viewers might skew just a bit older, at least some of them.
Ask your kids.
Let's show one YouTube clip and then you get to explain. This one involves a guy named
This is a good idea
FaZe
they're doing right here.
It got 636,000 views. Watch it.
High sky, 400 meters, bro. That's crazy.
Oh my god.
Bro, you hit that in 14 seconds. 35 seconds.
Jarvis and K. LOL.
No
way.
Guys, you just did that.
What just happened?
That just ends it all, bro. That is
Oh my God. Okay, now you get to explain to an investor audience how you monetize something like that.
So the way you monetize it is because it locks people into what we're doing, and people are there to be entertained. So one of the ways I explain this space is, this is a space where the Harlem Globetrotters are more popular than the Lakers. The entertainment side of gaming, using gaming as sort of a backdrop to entertain, is more important. It's not more important, but it's more popular than the competitive side. Competitive side is very critical. Thankfully, we do really well. We just did something in one of our teams that has never been done in the decades-long history of the game Counter-Strike. We won back-to-back championships.
Well, as we look at all of the opportunities to make money here, not only are you doing merch, and some of it is right here, and the word FaZe is really well known to, as we said, hundreds of millions of younger people. But on top of all of that, you've got partnerships with everybody from McDonald's, as I understand it. I mean, I had the list here: Nissan, Disney, NFL, MoonPay, Ghost, DoorDash, Torinos. I assume you're planning on expanding that?
We're expanding to more categories. We're always looking to super serve our sponsors, the brands we work with. Ultimately, it's all in service to our community, which is really what it fuels our fire every day. I mean, really, what this day is about is it's a landmark event for Gen Z and for gaming. Gen Z, I think this is directed to your audience. I think it's underappreciated how Gen Z is sort of rising to power now.
Yeah, but they don't have the money, Lee. Their parents have the money.
So what I would say is by the close of the decade, they'll have $33 trillion in spending power. And that's where we are. We're building to that future. Gen Z is not only leading culture, as all youth cultures do, but they're changing the way people consume and transact. And as they ramp up to having their spending power, FaZe Clan will be positioned to capitalize on that change.
All right. Now the stock is down 25%, not 26.5%. So
Let's stay
you
on.
sold some people on it. Lee, thank you. And for those of you who don't think he's the adult in the room, he was a former Brooklyn federal prosecutor, assistant DA.
Assistant DA, yeah. Former assistant DA, former president.
Wow,
of
good luck with Snoop Dogg in the boardroom there.
It's great.
I didn't know
Thank
he was
you so much. Really
assistant DA.
Lee Trink of FaZe, the U.S. one step closer to beating China as the Senate advances that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what do we think? 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 How do you think the CEO did? I think the way, and by the way, Liz is a fantastic presenter. She's been doing this for forever. I worked at CNBC and Bloomberg before, so I think it was very smart to go and say, hey, we're going to go and show a trick shot and explain to our audience why this is a public company and what grows people around. I think that was a very good explanation. It's exactly what they need to go and do. Yeah, BR, you're absolutely correct. They are banking on the current fans going into the future. Like you said in your earlier chats, you've been watching them for years, and you're going to keep on watching them, right? There are tons of people that watched FaZe Jev in the early years and have stuck with him, and they want you to grow with their content in the future. That's exactly what they're trying to go and do. It's exactly what they're trying to go and do. I don't think it's going to be selling to the Wall Street crowd. I think they're trying to sell to the people in this chat, to be honest. But what do we think of the interview, everyone? Just trying to size this. God, this is why I hate pop-up players. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. Could have been a lot worse. I think they made a mistake. I guarantee you. I guarantee you they did not want FaZe K and Jarvis in that clip. I think they're a little bit peeved that Fox chose that clip. Yeah, just, I mean, but here's the thing, right? You watch that, you're a potential investor, and you go, oh, let me go and look more into this company. You saw those two people, and they're like, oh, what FaZe members are these? You look into it, and then you go and see all the things that happen with those guys. PR damage control 101 right there. But, you know, it is what it is. I think they did. I think the segment was good that they kind of tried to go and explain to the older audience what FaZe does. I think that was important. But all in all, it did exactly what it was supposed to do. Right? Interview started here, and now it's up here. That's the goal when you're a public when you're the first time I was a CEO on public on an investing show right there. I mean, yeah, no, they handled the scandals the best way that they could, and it's not about how they handle the past ones; it's about how they handle the future ones too. Ooh, above the $10 mark. I check volume now. Volume's actually starting to pick up. I mean, it was kind of like a pump into, it was kind of like a stock pump into the end of the day. I mean, that's what you do as the first day of your, as a public CEO when your stock's down this much. It is what it is. Could go up tomorrow. I have no idea. I don't think day to day. I think longer term. I think in a year they're going to be lower than they are right now. That's more what I'm thinking of. So we're going to watch into the close, definitely. Maybe we'll extend a little bit longer to go and see if they're on any of the closing shows. I mean, he was just, I know where Fox Business's offices are. They're kind of, he may cross over because they're in Midtown. He may go back to the NASDAQ and do an interview on CNBC's Fast Money, a show that I've been on, which starts at 5 p.m. Eastern time. So we may watch that too. I'll just go and see, you know, how it works. I mean, they may move in after hours trading too. Pretty interesting though. I mean, I don't think the CEO did a bad job, to be honest. I think it was exactly what he needed to happen. I don't cover GameStop. BR in the YouTube chat. I don't cover GameStop. I do technology, media, and telecom. GameStop is a retailer, so I do not cover them. So I do not have an opinion on them. I make a point of not talking about companies that I don't know the industries on. I have friends that have worked on GameStop. But when it comes to what are my thoughts on the stock and the splits for, how about this? Because I don't cover the company, because it's not my industry of expertise. I'll go and talk about stock splits in general. Stock splits used to be a key to go and attract the retail client base, because despite $100 stock splitting to $10, so it's the same math, right? But it used to be that buying one share was tough, but nowadays it doesn't matter how high your stock price is. It's all just for show, because any brokerage firm out there, whether it's Robinhood, Merrill Lynch, Goldman Sachs, whoever you make your trades with, you can buy fractional shares right now. I could go and buy, if I want to go and buy half a share of FaZe, I could do it. So stock splits are kind of rudimentary now. You don't need them. You can buy a half share. No, I mean, on stock, like I said, on stock splits, doesn't really matter. They don't affect the fundamentals of the company. They're supposed to attract retail investors because the stock price is lower, right? How many of these people out here that are buying FaZe right now are doing it, they're young, are doing it because it's $10. What happens if it was $45? They can still go and buy the same amount of money as two shares at FaZe at $10.20 as they could a half share at $40. It's because nowadays that we have fractional shares, stock splits are kind of don't matter. You can still buy the same dollar amount of stock as you would want. You could buy a tenth of a share of FaZe at $100 or a share at $10. Back in the day, you couldn't. Like even like 10 years ago, you couldn't. But nowadays you can. So that's kind of how splits work now. They're irrelevant, in my opinion. Oh my God, they may actually get to a million shares traded today. Typically speaking, for those of you unaware, the most amount of trading happens right at the open from 9:30 to 10, and then from about 3:30 to 4 p.m. Because that's when all the mutual funds typically do their rebalancing. They either have to buy or sell their allocations. So if you are a mutual fund that specializes in gaming, you would want to buy some of this, and so you're probably doing it now. Because they have to settle their cash differences at the end of the trading day, at the beginning of the trading day. When I worked for a mutual fund, that's exactly what happened with us. We would pretty much trade almost all the time at 9:30 in the morning and at 3:30 in the afternoon. So it's not really surprising that it's going to pump a little bit. Now, if it goes back to flat, that'd be surprising. And I guess my Twitch chat poll was wrong. It's not going to close below $9. unless something heavy happens. All the kids that bought it at $9 and now it's at $10.30 made $1.30, and they're like, oh, here we go. Oh no, we'll see. That's what makes the market. Yeah. BR in the YouTube chat saying you blew up your account doing options. I've been there. I've made some options trades that blew up, not in my favor. That's the problem with options is if you don't understand them, they can become pricey really fast. You need to understand volatility. You need to understand things like theta decay, the fact that the fact that options actually go down in price over time. You need to understand premium. You need to understand a lot of things for options to work. I've lost a lot more than that in 1 month because of options. I've lost a lot more than $500 in 1 month trading options. I've also made a lot trading options too. If you trade options smart, yeah. I mean, yeah, start small, learn. That's how you get better. That's how I got better. I learned things like how to do risk reversals instead of just buying calls. It's a steep learning curve. Options are tricky. A lot of young people are attracted to them because it's small capital with potentially big upside, but they don't understand, like I said, things like decay. The fact that that options degrade over time, or that because like there are things like the Greek theta, which is how much money a day your option decreases by. Because you can buy calls that are a year out, but have $3 a day in just option decay. If you go Tasty Trade on YouTube, has an entire library of videos that explains different option strategies. But essentially, a risk reversal is you buy a call and a put at the same time. Wait, no. Risk reversals are you buy a call and you short a put. You buy a call and you short a put, and what that goes and gives you is a payout that looks like that here. So you short a put, buy a call. So your payoff looks like this, but depending on, this is actually a better example. But depending on when you bought the put, like you could go and do something like if the stock's down and you put on a risk reversal, the cost of the put could be higher than the cost of the call. So this bar, instead of being at 0, could be at $1. So you make money if the stock, still goes to 20, and you still go and get the upside. But at expiration, it'll always be the bold payoff line. But typically, like if you buy a risk reversal when a stock's down a whole lot, and you go and get money for shorting the put, if you end up being like here in a couple days, which will be a higher payout than what you'll ever get at expiration, you typically want to sell it. It's a good option strategy for buying dips in stocks instead of just buying a call. The downside is you have capped. You still have unlimited downside because of the put. You have a barrier of potential gain. You get more leeway around the expiration, around the stock price. So like down here on FaZe, theoretically, you could have sold the $8.50 put, bought the $10 call, and the put would have been more expensive than the call because it was closer to $8.50, and you would have gained on the downside, and on the you would have been paid to hold the risk. Yeah, options are complicated. Options are extremely complicated because if you sell a put that you can and buy a call, depending on how close it is to the strike price of the put, you can get what's known as positive theta, which means you get paid to hold the stock as it goes down, pretty much. Because theta is just time decay. So you can actually make income that way. That's why people do. Yeah, you can. For American style options, you always can go in. You can always sell the options before the call date. Options give you the right to buy a stock or sell a stock at a set price. You can always sell it before that price. Where options are great at is, and we'll use FaZe because it's up right now. When it was at $9, you bought the $10 call. You could have sold it when the stock was at $9.50 and you made 50 cents profit, we'll go and say. Or you can have held it until it becomes expiration because you own the stock at $10. And then you just get 100 shares of stock. Now that's where you got to be careful, because if it expires and you hold, the call till expiration at $10 on, call it tomorrow when it expires, you'll get 100 shares of FaZe at $10, so $1,000. And if you don't have $1,000 in your account, you better have sold it the day before. You can always sell options before your expiration date. Will you pay more? Will you potentially take on a loss? Yes. Robinhood is a good brokerage firm for testing out how to trade stocks. It is not a real deal good brokerage firm. If you actually want to trade options and get good at trading options, you need a real broker. A Merrill Lynch, E-Trade has a fantastic options trading platform. I used to use E-Trade all the time. TD Ameritrade is phenomenal. Robinhood is very good for being able to start off trading and buying and selling stocks. It does not have the tech to go and buy to really trade options that well. That's why it costs $0 to trade, because you get no tools and it's bare bones, and they sell your order flow. Guys, if anyone in the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat has any questions on anything in finance, I just kind of did a little class on options, particularly FaZe Clan, SPACs, or anything about their business, let me know and I'll make sure to go and answer those. Because we're getting into the final 15 minutes of trading. I may probably end the stream maybe at 5, maybe at 6, depending. Because CEO was on Fox Business at around, call it 3:10, 3:15, and we watched that interview. He may go on CNBC on Fast Money at 5 p.m., which I've been on before. So they could go and do that. Yes, exactly. Robinhood is simple. BR in the YouTube chat. Robinhood is extremely easy to use. That's the point. It's not a high-tech trading platform. There are a ton of platforms out there. Like I said, E-Trade has an amazing platform that makes options trading extremely easy to use with a lot of payoff graphs and stuff like that. But it's a little bit more complicated. You pay for what you get. I don't cover those companies, Parsa and the YouTube chat. I cover technology, media, and telecom. So I have no idea. I'm covering FaZe because it's a media stock, and so it's in my wheelhouse, and I know the business. If it's not within technology, media, or telecom, or cable, I don't try and understand the businesses because I have a specialty. I do it because I make sure I can be very knowledgeable in an industry and not. I can do a mile. I'm a mile deep and an inch wide in my coverage, not a mile wide and an inch deep. If that makes any sense. Once you say green energy, it's technically energy. Green energy is covered by an energy analyst. Like at my old firm, an energy analyst would cover green energy. It wouldn't be in my coverage group. Yeah, just like no energy analyst would go in cover Google, but I did. And each firm is a little bit different on how they split their coverage. Sometimes retail can be, e-commerce can be with technology. That doesn't make sense to me, but some firms do it that way. But no. Thoughts on Elon Musk and Twitter? Elon kind of fucked up, but he doesn't care because the true goal for that was, okay, he has to go in at the worst outcome for him. The best outcome for him is he has to go and pay Twitter $1 billion for the breakup fee. But he did get to go and sell $7.5 billion in Twitter in Tesla stock to go and claim that he was doing it to raise cash to go and buy Twitter. So that's the best case scenario. He nets out $6.5 billion and gets to do it with a smile on his face, and he got to go and have fun doing it. Worst case scenario, he gets to own Twitter. And I'll tell you this, he doesn't care either way. He's all in it for the drama. He's just having fun. If you want really, really good insight onto all that, Matt Levine over at Bloomberg Opinion writes a fantastic newsletter that covers it. And he has been covering it for months now. He's fantastic. His stuff is very funny. It's really simple to read and very insightful. But Elon is pretty much doing all this Twitter stuff for the lulz and to have sold a bunch of Tesla stock. Yeah. He's doing this for the lulz. And like I said, it gave him a lot of cover to sell $7.5 billion in Tesla stock without anyone really caring, because they're like, oh, Twitter, yeah, he's buying up Twitter, and that's why he's selling the stock. Meanwhile, he gets to dump a whole bunch of stock and not have to worry about it. I mean, fuck. When you think about it, he could buy out all the public stock of FaZe if he wanted to right now. $22 million, 22 million shares at $10.11. All he needs is $223 million. He could buy out all of FaZe's public stock. He'd only end up owning 23% of the company right now if he wanted to. He could make one stock trade and do it. For the lulz, if you really wanted to do it. Yeah, exactly. Hey, what is he worth? $80 billion? Paying $35 billion for your favorite app is nothing for him. I mean, think about how many people. Mark Cuban bought a basketball team because he could. And he doesn't make any money off of that basketball team, let me tell you that much. He did it for fun. Because he likes basketball and it's really fun for him. People, billionaires buy football teams for fun. What's it? David Tepper bought the Carolina Panthers because he wanted to. Steve Cohen, who actually lives not too far away from me, billionaire investor, bought the Mets because it's his favorite baseball team and they were up for sale. And he can, go drive to the games. It's because it's fun and it's really not that much money for them. It's actually a tax incentive for them to actually go and do it. It's kind of the similar way for esports with FaZe, and you actually heard the CEO go and talk about it. Esports for them is important to have. It's nice to have, but it's not what they're really after. You heard him go and say it in the interview. He went and said, the content side of gaming is a lot more monetizable than the competitive side. They have to have a team though, because it's great marketing. Right? In all honesty, I mean, FaZe needs to go and have an esports team because people would question if they don't for like, oh, aren't you big in video games and all that stuff like that. But in all honesty, they're making $5.8 million a year. They're probably spending $6 million a year on it, or $7 million. And the reason why you do that is because your losses you can write off on your taxes, but for them it's a marketing expense. I can make a very good case for if FaZe were to go and exit out of all their esports right now, it'd actually make it a better stock. If FaZe goes and closes at $10 a share today, it's a W for them. It's a big W for them. Because that's essentially what most SPACs go public at, is about $4. It's about $10 a share. It'd be a big W for them, especially after the day that they've had. My Twitch chat and the poll said they were going to close below $9, so we'll go and see. I mean, I had a nice little run up here, probably some profit taking by some people. It doesn't bring in a whole lot of money regardless. I can explain it if you want. I did it earlier today as well when I was talking to Amper when he was here in Twitch chat. Guys, give me 1 sec. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna be doing an interview. I'm gonna be doing an interview here, like right now, actually. I just got to swap. He said Discord video call. I have to change the stream around. Yeah. I don't know if you know Jake Lucky that does all the esports news stuff. Him and I are gonna do one. Oh, dude, thank you. I can explain for esports and how they don't make money. It's pretty simple. Think about how much it costs to go and have a player, right? Think about how much it costs to go and have a player, and you spend on a player, and then think about how much it costs to go and put on, like how much you win. Instead of, I gotta go and use this camera for the stream. Is it working? It's not working. Damn it. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to figure this out. Yeah, him and I are going to be doing a little thing on FaZe Clan. Come on, take my camera instead, please. I gotta go and do all this stuff. Fuck. Sorry, guys. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, I should swap it to... There we go. That'll work. That'll work. Dope. Yeah, so he wants to go... him and I were talking on Twitter to go and do it. So I'm hoping it'll all work. I gotta probably cut out all the music and stuff. There we go. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. Sorry. fuck do I do this again? Ah, there we go. Oh, fuck it. I'll just send them mine. Sorry, guys. I'm so fucking terrible at Discord. Oh, that's right. I have to go and disable streamer mode. Settings. Fuck. Sorry, guys. Sorry, everyone. Do. How the fuck do I not know how to do this? I've been streaming for like 5 years now, or like 3 years now. Yeah. I don't think Snapchat will last another 5 years. They're going to get bought out by someone. Their ad tech is terrible. Their social experience is absolutely atrocious. My guess is they go and get bought out in a couple years, or they go private. That's my honest opinion on them. They are short. Huh? I swear to God, Oh, also trading bells done. They hit over $10, so that's actually pretty decent for them. Gotta relaunch Discord. Oh, there he is. Go and pop open my Excel. Yep, everything looks good. But no, that's actually, it's a decent close for FaZe Clan. Let's go. Over $10 a share. Really good for them today. but I don't know how long they can keep it up. It'll be super interesting over the next couple trading days to go and see how how they held up, how they hold up there. There you go. But guys, thanks for everyone that joined the stream today. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. Hey, how's it going?
Yo, how you doing?
Doing just fine.
Hey,
Is it okay? Is it okay if I'm live or?
Yeah, 100%.
Dope.
Heck yeah, how you doing?
Doing just fine. How about yourself?
Oh, doing just dandy. Just trying to sip some coffee, understand this situation. Thank you for giving me the time of day to explain it to me.
Yeah, of course. Glad that you took me up on the offer.
Yeah, heck yeah. Well, I mean, if you don't mind hopping right into this sucker, you good to go?
Yeah.
Okay, well, in case people don't know, can you give a little background on yourself and give yourself a bit of an introduction as well?
Yeah, I'm Will Hassel. I pretty much do financial analysis for a living. I specialize in technology, media, and telecom. So everything from Google to Facebook, Netflix to AT&T and your cell provider. And I'm an independent contractor working for small hedge funds and investment managers, trying to go and help them understand businesses in the spaces and kind of derive key analysis for the business and a stock price.
And you actually reached out to me, given recently FaZe Clan going public. So,
yeah.
Me being the rookie, I'm a guppy just sucking up information. So you reached out willing to clarify a bit more of your thoughts on this, because obviously in the esports and gaming space, it's a pretty big move for a company to be making, and maybe at an interesting time too. So if you don't mind giving your initial thoughts on all of this, and I'm sure we'll dive a bit deeper as we discuss it.
Yeah, it's a tough time for them to go public, to be honest. The SPAC market kind of has gone down 50% over the past year. You can look at stocks like BuzzFeed, which went public last year in about the kind of January, December area, went public at about $10 a share, which is normally where a SPAC goes public at, is that kind of $10 mark. And then now they're kind of at $2 a share. And for FaZe Clan to kind of stick through all the market turmoil that we've seen over the past kind of year to date, with everything that's gone down in technology stocks and the market in general, it was a bold call to continue to go public. But I think they probably had to go and pay a fee if they didn't kind of go public and give B.R. Riley the merger agreement.
And you've also looked into this full FaZe Clan merger with BRPM as well?
Yes.
For the general public, would you mind describing exactly what a lot of these things mean?
Yeah, so a SPAC is essentially a pool of money, right? So these investment banks, whether they be, Morgan Stanley, B.R. Riley, Goldman Sachs, go around and create a pool of money. And that can be anything from $100 million to $500 million. And their whole goal is to find small companies that would do poorly in the typical IPO process. So typically an IPO is a large company, even though a lot of smaller companies do it. And so the goal is they find a small company, take a chunk, buy a chunk of it, and then go and make that into a publicly traded stock. So B.R. Riley kind of put together a bag of money, kind of went out into the ether and was looking for deals, found FaZe Clan, or FaZe Clan reached out to them, it all depends, and went and said, okay, we're going to go and take a set amount of you public. For FaZe Clan, it turned out to be about 23% of the total company. So they have a pretty low share count at about 22 million shares. So it's only a small piece. The rest of the executives, the founders, probably the venture capital investors also hold a large piece of it. And they took that and they went and said, let's go and IPO it, because it gives the companies a lot of publicity. Obviously, today, FaZe being at the NASDAQ, I've been there. I know how fun it is to be there. Going on Fox Business to go and preach esports and kind of pump up the stock price to millions of people around the world. And also gives the esports community a huge kind of piece of notoriety.
And so this whole deal too, valued, I believe, and if I'm speaking out of my arse, you call me on it, all right? Because this is not my, not my field at all. This whole merger deal being valued around, I think, close to $1 billion. I believe 987 million between the two. What were your thoughts on that?
Originally in November of last year, that's where it was valued at. It kind of got taken down to about kind of $750 million when it kind of went public today. But at $1 billion, it's the sweet spot. We used to talk about a lot of times the unicorns were always a startup valued over $1 billion. Snapchat was once a unicorn. So that $1 billion mark is really key for a lot of investment bankers because it's easy to market. Because a lot of times, and B.R. Riley probably did this, and the CEO of FaZe Clan did this, is when you're selling this IPO, it's not just to everyone that has a Robinhood account, right? They want big ticket investors to come in and really anchor down a stock. So they are probably going around to a lot of big investors saying, hey, here's this company. And a lot of investors don't have rules or a guideline to invest in things under a certain dollar amount. So the 1 billion mark is kind of a big amount to go and say, hey, this checks a box. So that got a lot of people on board when it comes to the corporate side.
And do you think that the news that broke recently as well, of course, right around that $1 billion valuation mark, I'm not sure how heavy in the esports scene you are, but people in the esports and gaming space were like, it's hard to believe that FaZe Clan is worth $1 billion given their revenue sheet. Can you elaborate on that as well?
I mean, so $1 billion, they kind of got to that number by essentially just putting a multiple on it. And how you go and do that is, I got their financials up in front of me on my monitor. In 2021, they made $52 million. You go and you slap a multiple on that to go and get you to $1 billion. It's a big number, and it's a pretty, even when they kind of went public today, it's overvalued compared to what I would say kind of comparative companies are worth. But I mean, it's a big number for sure. I think it's a big pill to swallow. I think they just really wanted to go and get to that $1 billion mark. Again, private companies are worth more than a public company because you can go and mark up your valuation whatever you want. Traditionally speaking, in VC, what happens is, I come to you and I go and say, hey, you need money. I'll take 10% of the company at this valuation. Then they do another round of funding. Your A, B, C, and D round funding. It's kind of like what 100 Thieves did a couple years ago of Drake, right? When Drake bought in, it was at a higher valuation than the people before. So it keeps climbing until finally you go public, and then the market gets to decide the valuation, right? I believe when BuzzFeed went public, they were around the $1 to $2 billion mark, and now they're about what FaZe Clan is worth on the market right now, which is about $200 million. $200 million. So the valuation is going to decline because it's now in the market's hands. And I guarantee you, because I believe FaZe Clan's going to report earnings here in the next month, and they're going to be on a conference call of analysts, just like I've done in the past. I've been on a number of earnings calls with Formula One and some other big companies. Those analysts are going to rip into FaZe Clan and say, okay, where's the money at? Can you justify this valuation? Tell us how you maintain, your goals for the future.
Do you think a lot of that news in the space of, is FaZe really worth $1 billion played a role in what happened today once they finally were being traded publicly, or what else goes into that?
What else goes into that is you look at the financials, right? And I made the point earlier if I just kind of did an analysis, right? And I'm sorry, I'm clicking into my Excel sheet because that's what us finance guys do. We live in Excel. I used, and this is what a lot of people are going to be going and doing because FaZe Clan doesn't make money. They had $52 billion of revenue last year. The cost of doing business for them was $41 million. So that leaves you $11 million just as your gross profit. Then they had additional costs of running the company, which after all those costs, one of them being $39 million just in kind of administrating the company, you're kind of left with, okay, now they're in the hole $36 million, and that's only last year. Traditional financial analysis, you can't do a whole lot with that. So what you use is revenue, and you do what's known as a price to sales multiple, right? The price of all their stock combined divided by how much they made in the last year. So for FaZe Clan, and I used $200 million because that was kind of where their market cap is actually about right here. They made $52 million last year. That gets you about a 3.8, right? Another company who they're exactly like, which is Warner Music Group, which is a record company, because they do the same thing, right? Music record labels go and attract, an artist. They put an investment into that artist. They take a portion of their earnings and in exchange get to promote them and see them grow. FaZe Clan does the same thing. They take, a portion of the content creators' earnings. We've seen that from all the Tfue contracts that were leaked. The, agreement size varies. And they go and they attach the FaZe name to you and you can grow more. So I went and said, okay, this record company is about the same. Their multiple on price to sales is a 2.6, right? 1.2 times higher than FaZe Clan's. If you go and apply that same multiple to FaZe Clan right now, instead of being worth $10 a share right now at the time of closing, they're worth more at $6.35 a share. And that's just going and saying, hey, these two companies are alike. Let's go and analyze them together. And we do that all the time in finance. That's why you can go and look at something like Tesla is worth more than Ford. They also go and have that higher multiple associated with them.
So when it came time to how they performed today, I believe just closing at what, around 24% down, or?
Yeah, about 24% down.
Is that about where you expected it to be? Where do you expect it to go in the coming weeks?
I expect it to be a little bit higher, to be honest. I expected it to. I was shocked that yesterday the SPAC holdco was up at $13 a share at the end of trading, because I think a lot of people expected same thing that I did, which was all those young investors out there that have grown up watching, FaZe Jeff and all those guys went and said, I want to own a piece. I want the Twitter byline, co-owner of FaZe, right? I expected a lot of those guys to go in Robinhood and buy chunks of this and just keep the buying up, keep it going. And it seemed like steadier heads prevailed, and there was a lot of selling at the beginning. I think you may see it bounce back a little bit, but I believe after the next kind of 6-ish months, once you get those, the real deal finance people kind of, crack open Excel and do the same type of work I've done, I think you're seeing it more in the $6 range.
And also to bring up a point of, when do these initial shareholders, correct me on the terminology here,
yep,
the ones that maybe got a strike price or were already vested, already had ownership of some of these shares, when does it come around to the point where they can actually finally sell out of FaZe Clan and get rid of their shares?
It's about 3 months after the IPO. And it's going to be very easy to track because, and I've been live all today on Twitch and YouTube talking to people, about what's happening. And in about 180 days, anyone that owns FaZe Clan can go and sell their shares to the market. So if one of the founding members want to go and do that, they absolutely can at whatever the price is. However, what's going to happen is you're going to go and get, because they are a publicly traded company, an SEC filing that tells you exactly who is selling and by how much, or if they're buying at the same time. It could be, if I'm correct, and it's down at $6 and one of the founders wants to go and buy a whole bunch of stock, show some confidence in the name, they could do the same thing. So in about 3 months, 180 days, you're going to go and see, filings come out of who's selling and for how much.
So is it typically 3 months, but sometimes 6 months then?
Yeah. I mean, it depends on the company. The standard is about 3 months, is what's known as the lockup period.
Gotcha. So all of that information will be public, so we'll be able to see anyone inside FaZe who has sold or bought?
Absolutely. And because they're a publicly traded company, so they're governed by the SEC. So when you go and have to go and make a move like that, you have to go do a whole bunch of legal filings saying, hey, I'm going to sell this amount. And there's also various programs that people have that say, I'm going to sell this much at this point in time for a certain amount of time. So you think about like huge companies that are founder-led. Like we'll do Tesla with Elon Musk. He can go and make a plan that says, I want to go and sell $10 million worth of stock every single day. The lawyers will go and draft that up. And as soon as they publish that to the SEC and they approve, he can go and do that. And it's all publicly available. You can go and see every single time that they sell, because there has to be a legal filing every single time, or else you're kind of, I wouldn't say defrauding, but you're kind of breaking some rules for the SEC in their guidelines.
Does that ever get hairy if it's public information where a co-owner is selling? Like, let's say a FaZe Clan co-owner is selling, it becomes public. Have you ever seen that result in maybe some panic or other people selling then, if they see a co-owner selling?
You see it a lot in bigger companies, especially tech companies. There's normally two sides of the coin, right? On one hand, they're cashing out, right? They want to take a payday. The other side of the coin is, hey, these guys work their asses off to go and get this amount of money, and it's fine that they go and take a payday. Soon we'll go and we'll go and see how much each of the founders of FaZe and the CEO and all those guys make in terms of salary. And if they're not taking a salary,
that's going to be public too then?
Oh, it absolutely will be. And if I have to recheck the filings, but it might have already been public. Because every single year, right, the board of directors have to go and vote on a compensation package for the CEO. And typically you also go and see what a lot of the other executive level officers go and see is get paid as well. What we don't know for some of them is how much of it is stock versus how much of it is cash. So you could have someone that goes and says, I'm going to take no salary, but I want it all in stock. It's a big vote of confidence because they believe the stocks can go up. But you will be able to go and see how much each person goes and gets paid. It'll be public information.
Wow, that'll be interesting to see. For those who go for it, sorry, no, go for it.
I was going to go and say, I've been telling people all day, one of the biggest risks for FaZe is the human capital, right? We all love the creators. FaZe Jev is probably my favorite YouTuber, but we sit here and I'm 26. It's a bunch of 18 to 30-year-olds that are technically, employees of a public company. I've been an employee of a public company before. There's a lot of things that you can and cannot say. And there's big legal repercussions because of that. I used the hypothetical situation earlier today. Remember when one of the guys from Optic leaked, Z-Laner's joining Optic video. If that were to go and happen with FaZe Clan, and someone went and accidentally said something like that on stream, a big creator will go and, say Scump, hypothetical situation, is going to be joining FaZe Clan. If that gets leaked and he accidentally slip of the tongue, forgets that, he's not muted in Discord, that's publicly available. You're leaking non-public information. And someone could clip that on Twitch, post it on Twitter, and the stock will react to it.
And I think we are in a rare time where this is the first time we have like Enthusiast Gaming, and we have these companies that are tied. We have these organizations tied to bigger companies where it might not be something where if XQC does X, Y, or Z, XQC is not going to influence their stock price too much. But for the first time ever, we're talking about FaZe Clan, who albeit has been involved in a fair share of controversies.
Yeah.
Because like you said, they got a lot of creators, right? A lot of drama goes down. And now we're finally going to be able to see that these controversies or these things that happen in organizations can directly influence the stock price.
And it happens a lot of times with, there's been several makeup brand companies, Sephora, or Snapchat, when Kylie Jenner goes and does a partnership with them, you see the stock price go and rise up. It's the same thing. And these guys are going to be, I'm absolutely sure that FaZe Clan's legal and compliance team has been with these guys nonstop the past year, going and saying, this is what you can't say, this is what you cannot do. When they can and cannot buy stock is a legal requirement for them, and it'll impact them. Just like if a scandal does happen, it'll directly impact the stock price. Because I've been using this example all day, and I'm more than happy to send you the spreadsheet. In their investor filings, they mentioned their total social media reach for 2021, the end of the year. And they break it down, and about 360 million in general. 32%, or 116 million, is YouTube subscribers. They go and say also in their filings that they go and make it's $16 million, or about 30% of their total revenue, off of content. So that means, YouTube CPMs, Twitch subs, etc. What happens when someone gets kicked from FaZe Clan? And their total YouTube subs, they break it down by FaZe Clan's main channel, has 8.7 million subscribers. And their co-branded channels, your Rugs of the world, that's 106 million subscribers. What happens when one of them goes and gets fired, let go, or moves is when they lose those subscribers, they directly lose that revenue as well. So in an incident like, we'll go and say the Save the Kids situation, how many YouTube subscribers did they lose from that? And how much will that directly affect their revenue?
And that's a whole new kind of situation, because that made news, like headlines.
Exactly. And
wow.
And those are the kind of the ramifications that people like me are thinking about, where it's, you can directly go and see how much money they're making based off of YouTube, kind of their content, Twitch, and everything like that. To go and put it in perspective, FaZe Rug at 30 to 25 million YouTube subscribers is pretty much a fifth of their YouTube subscribers. If he ever gets the bag from someone to go and hop the ship, all that money's going away too.
Wow. Okay. So this really could be very interesting. For the first time, we're seeing things that really, I mean, the prime example would be with Enthusiast Gaming, and they're tied to Luminosity. Enthusiast is tied to Luminosity Gaming. You know, you have someone like XQC leave.
Yeah.
I mean, he is literally, I think he's over 50% of their viewership, if not a higher percentage of that.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, if investors or, you know, shareholders catch on to that fact, it's like, whoa. But
Yeah.
now FaZe Clan is the name, you know, so anything FaZe related can have a sweeping effect. That's very, very interesting.
Exactly. I mean, you know, they break down all the revenue, everything from, you know, they make $60 million a year in content, $24 million, about $25 million a year in branded sponsorships, which is half their revenue. And they say that they have 12 big branded sponsors. This is at the year end of 2021. So that means that they're getting about $2 million per sponsorship, per brand deal. So I would imagine some of the moves that they've made in the past could have, you know, been to more lucrative deals, such as going away from G Fuel and into Ghost. Ghost goes and says, we need more notoriety. Let's go and talk with them. And FaZe goes and says, well, you know, instead of us going and making, you know, we need a higher pay rate for that because we have a higher exposure. They're thinking about that also to go and increase their revenue for their branded partnerships.
Gotcha. A lot of details I never knew about. Also, when the
yeah, go ahead. Oh, yeah, sorry.
No, if you want to keep going, this is good.
I was going to go and say, I mean, they even break down how much they make in esports. So, you know, I'm sitting here going and saying, and I was talking to my chat today the entire day, telling them, you know, the breakdown. I went and said, you know, Q1 of 2020 this year, they made $2.4 million. And in all of 2020, they made 2.8 mil. And in 2021, they made $5.8 million just in esports. Because I had a lot of people going and telling me, you know, they're doing esports. It's a lot. It's only 11% of their revenue. And there's a big flip side with that. It's what happens if they're not winning? Yeah, instead of it being, you know, call it $6 million this year, maybe. Weapons, if next year, then that's $3 million. That directly impacts their stock price as well. So every game that, you know, the CSGO tournament that just happened, you know, Atlanta FaZe not winning championships this year could affect the stock price because if the teams aren't making money by winning those championships, winning the events, it's a bigger cost to FaZe to go and keep them around.
Gotcha. For the general public who might understand as well why a company like FaZe Clan would want to go public, could you explain why they would want to do that and what they benefit from going public?
Exactly. I'll go and explain that in great detail because what they go and get is, because I said they went and sold 23% of their company. What they're getting in exchange was hoping to raise, and they've about raised $70 million, essentially. Why they go and want to do that is it helps them invest in the future, for one. They can expand. They've talked about expanding into a Mr. Beast style, the Beast Burger style concept type of food delivery partnership. So now all of a sudden they have some money to go and do that. They have some money to go and go into some other realms, produce more content like the whole phase one
and where
side.
Is that money coming from exactly?
It's coming from, so when they sell the stock, they sell it in a big block at a set price, and that comes back to FaZe.
And it's guaranteed they'll get that, what you say,
Yeah.
70 million?
Yeah. Should be about $70 million once at the IPO price. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And so some of the things that I think they should use it for are, I look at their balance sheet and I go and see that they've got $70 million in long-term debt. They just raised about $65 million in debt. Clear that debt off the balance sheet. That way it's not a cost to you. However, they're probably going to go and spend it on improving the business.
Wow. Okay. And so you get that $70 million initially.
Yep.
What is the price you then pay by going public?
You give up ownership of your company, right? Because before, if they were valued at $1 billion in the private market, you know, whatever piece that, you know, a FaZe founder had was worth a lot more than it is now. Now they get to cash out easier because they can do an SEC filing, call up their bank and say, hey, I want to go and sell half my FaZe stock, and it's super easy. In the private market, it's super hard to go and sell your ownership. You either have to sell it back to the company or find someone else that's willing to pay for it. For instance, if one of the FaZe founders wanted to, you know, hang it all up and change what he's going to want to go and do before they went public, he'd have to go to a wealthy investor to go in, have them pick it up, or go to another FaZe clan member and say, hey, I'm selling my 5% in FaZe. You know, at the last equity round, it was, you know, we were valued at $1 billion. That makes it, you know, call it $10 million. Can you go and pay that? And the other guy goes, you really want to sell it. I kind of want it, but it's more advantageous for me to go, how about 7.5? But now there's a direct price for it.
Very, very interesting. I've learned a lot during this. I mean, that was all the initial questions I had. I would love to pick your brain again in the future as this kind of unravels itself.
Of course,
But
yeah.
Will, anything else you got? The floor is yours.
Floor is mine. I mean, I just think I think a lot of people also, and I've been talking to my chat today about this, is you've got to separate your idea of FaZe now. It's a great company. You know, I love some of the creators and all that stuff like that. But it's also it's a business too, and they may do things that you may go and say, oh, it's not the old FaZe anymore, but they have to do something else now. They have a fiduciary responsibility to all the kids today that bought stock to try and make more money and to hopefully grow the stock price. Just because your favorite creator isn't as wild anymore doesn't mean they're not doing it because they don't care. It's because they have a duty to the shareholders to make sure that they're doing the best thing for them. That's why I think you won't see some creators have as big of a spotlight anymore too.
Very, very interesting. I'm gonna end it right there. I think that was a really good ending point. That was super insightful, dude. I'm just so naive to all this stuff. It is gonna be crazy to see how this unravels.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've been trying to build a lot of content from it, and I've had clients of mine that have been interested in it because I've been, you know, gaming all my life. I do Twitch as a hobby and create content on YouTube, and I was sitting here going, wait, I've got a gaming company that I know a lot about, have an edge on, and it kind of relates into streaming and content creation and finance, and like it's a great marriage.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun, and hopefully there's other similar things you can expand into when it comes to gaming in the financial market too. This is obviously one of the bigger ones, but
I think you're going to go and see a lot of people. I think you're going to see more esports teams either sell themselves or attempt to merge or go public.
Yeah, I think a lot we're looking to see the success of this one to decide as well. I know G2 Carlos was saying if this went well, you know, G2 could be public easily in the future.
However, it'll be interesting to see where they're at in 12 months. I think it's going to be lower stock price than it is now. If there's a controversy that comes up, that'll be super interesting.
Dude, like, yes, it's going to be like that's going to be because FaZe, in my opinion, has been in probably some of the bigger controversies and more numerous controversies than really any esports org because they're always in the limelight.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can't imagine if Save the Kids had happened now as opposed to last year, you know?
Probably, I don't know how many subs all those guys had on YouTube, but I mean, you can now directly correlate how much money they would lose just in terms of the business. It'd probably be a, 4% decline in their stock, something around there.
Headlines. Do headlines have a big impact too?
Oh yeah, headlines have a huge impact because nowadays trading is all based off of algorithms that scan headlines and can react to it faster than you can. So, something like that happens and the stock will go down in a dramatic fashion, especially it doesn't have that many shares outstanding. So there's not a whole bunch of trading that goes on. So any move could be wild in FaZe. Like, I mean, if a lot of these guys that, are founders sell their stock, once it becomes available to them to do so, stock could go down a decent amount.
Gotcha. Well, I appreciate you reaching out. I hope we can keep in touch when any of these big things happen because I enjoy learning more about them.
Yeah, I'm your guy for anything finance related, stocks and all that stuff like that, and how it ties to esports and all this.
Heck yeah, brother. Well, thank you again for the time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate you, taking the chance.
Hey, thank you very much. You take care of yourself, all right?
You too. Have a good one.
See you, man.
All right, guys, that was the interview. I thought it went pretty well. It was pretty fun. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. I think that's going to be it for me, though. I'm pretty exhausted. Hopefully this is fun for you guys. It was fun for me. I probably won't be doing another finance stream anytime soon. Who knows? Probably be more of my Warzone, having fun, content creator things. Thank you, BR. Appreciate it, dude. Yeah, this was fun. This was really fun. Thanks, everyone, for coming out today. Really appreciate it. It's been a very long stream, very fun one. So